This is Notes from Underground by Dostoevsky, a new original English translation from the original Russian. The book comes in two halves, and I want you to know that before you start, because the first half catches a lot of people by surprise. The first half is a man alone in a room arguing. He has no story, yet he is attacking the idea that people want what is good for them. If you find that stretch hard going, stay with it. The second half is a story, and that story is the reason the first half exists at all. There is one thing I want you to listen for. In the second half, he meets a young woman, and her name is Liza. She is the only person in the book who offers him anything, and what he does with it is what the book is really about. It begins now.
Part 1. Underground. Chapter 1. I am a sick man. I am a spiteful man. I am an unattractive man. I think there is something wrong with my liver. Not that I understand the first thing about my illness, or know for certain what it is that hurts. I am not being treated and never have been treated, though I respect medicine and doctors. Besides, I am superstitious in the extreme. Well, superstitious enough to respect medicine, at any rate. I am educated enough not to be superstitious, but superstitious I am. No, sir, I refuse to be treated out of spite. That is something you probably will not care to understand. Well, I understand it. I cannot, of course, explain to you exactly who it is I am spiting in this case. I know perfectly well that I cannot do the doctors any harm by not consulting them. I know better than anyone that, by all this, I am only harming myself and nobody else. But still, if I am not being treated, it is out of spite. My liver hurts. Well then, let it hurt worse. I have been living like this a long time now, 20 years or so. I am 40. I used to be in the civil service. I am not anymore. I was a spiteful official. I was rude and took pleasure in it. I took no bribes, you see, so I had to compensate myself at least that way. A poor joke, but I will not cross it out. I wrote it thinking it would sound witty, and now that I see for myself that I only wanted to show off disgustingly, I will deliberately leave it in. When people used to come up to the desk where I sat, asking for information, I would grind my teeth at them and felt a relentless pleasure whenever I managed to upset somebody. I nearly always managed it. Most of them were timid people. Petitioners, of course. But among the swaggerers there was one officer I could not stand. He simply would not submit, and he rattled his sword in the most disgusting way. I was at war with him over that sword for 1.5 years. In the end I won. He stopped rattling it. That was in my younger days, though. But do you know, gentlemen, what the main point of my spite really was? The whole thing, the whole nastiest part of it, was that at every moment, even in the moment of my bitterest bile, I was shamefully aware that I was not only not a spiteful man, I was not even an embittered one, that I was merely scaring sparrows for nothing and amusing myself with it. I might be foaming at the mouth, but bring me some little doll. Give me a cup of tea with sugar in it, and I would very likely calm down. I would even be touched to the heart, though afterwards I would certainly grind my teeth at myself and suffer months of insomnia from shame. That is simply my way. I lied about myself just now when I said I was a spiteful official. I lied out of spite. I was simply amusing myself with the petitioners and with that officer. But in reality, I could never become spiteful. At every moment I was aware of a great many elements in me that were the very opposite. I felt them positively swarming inside me, these opposite elements. I knew that they had been swarming in me all my life and asking to be let out. But I would not let them out. I would not. Deliberately, I would not. They tormented me to the point of shame. They drove me to convulsions. And in the end, I was sick of them. So sick of them. Does it perhaps seem to you, gentlemen, that I am repenting of something before you, that I am asking your forgiveness for something? I am sure it seems so to you. Though I assure you, it is all the same to me if it does. Not only could I not become spiteful, I could not become anything at all, neither spiteful nor kind, neither a scoundrel nor an honest man, neither a hero nor an insect. And now I am living out my days in my corner, taunting myself with the spiteful and quite useless consolation that an intelligent man cannot seriously become anything, and that only a fool becomes something. Yes, sir, an intelligent man of the 19th century must be, is morally bound to be, a creature without character above all else. A man of character, a man of action, is above all a limited creature. That is my conviction at 40. I am 40 now, and 40 years is a whole lifetime. It is the deepest old age. To live past 40 is indecent, vulgar, immoral. Who lives past 40? Answer me sincerely, honestly. I will tell you who fools and scoundrels. I will say it to the face of every old man, all those venerable old men, all those silver-haired and sweet-smelling old men. I will say it to the face of the whole world. I have the right to say it, because I shall live to 60 myself. I shall live to 70, to 80. Wait. Let me get my breath. You are probably thinking, gentlemen, that I want to make you laugh. You are wrong about that too. I am not nearly such a cheerful man as you think, or as you may perhaps think. Still, if all this chatter has irritated you, and I can feel that it has, and you decide to ask me who I actually am, then I will answer you. I am a collegiate assessor. I served in order to have something to eat, and only for that. And when a distant relative of mine left me 6,000 rubles in his will last year, I resigned at once and settled in my corner. I had lived in this corner before, but now I have settled in it. My room is squalid and shabby, on the edge of town. My servant is a peasant woman, old and stupid out of spite, and she always smells bad into the bargain. I am told that the Petersburg climate is becoming bad for me, and that living in Petersburg is very expensive on my miserable means. I know all this, better than all these experienced and wise advisers and head shakers. But I am staying in Petersburg. I shall not leave Petersburg. I shall not leave because... Ah, but it makes absolutely no difference whether I leave or not. Besides, what can a decent man talk about with the greatest pleasure? Answer, about himself. Well then, I shall talk about myself. Chapter 2. Now, I want to tell you, gentlemen, whether you care to hear it or not, why I could not even become an insect. I tell you solemnly that I have wanted many times over to become an insect. But I was not granted even that. I swear to you, gentlemen, that to be too conscious is an illness, a real, full illness. For ordinary human purposes, ordinary human consciousness would be more than enough. That is, half or a quarter of the portion that falls to the lot of a developed man of our unhappy 19th century, who has the additional misfortune of living in Petersburg, the most abstract and intentional city on the whole face of the earth. There are intentional cities and unintentional ones. It would have been quite enough, for instance, to have the consciousness that all so-called spontaneous men and men of action live by. I will bet you think I am writing all this out of swagger, to be witty at the expense of men of action, and rattling my sword out of bad taste, swagger like that officer of mine. But gentlemen, who can boast of his own illnesses and swagger with them on top of it. Though what am I saying? Everybody does it. People do boast of their illnesses, and I most of all, perhaps. Let us not argue about it. My objection was absurd, but all the same I am firmly convinced that not only a great deal of consciousness, but any consciousness at all, is an illness. I stand on that. Let us leave that aside for a minute, too. Tell me this. Why was it that, as if on purpose, in those very same minutes, when I was most capable of being conscious of every subtlety, of everything beautiful and lofty, as we used to say once, it happened that instead of being conscious, I did such unsightly deeds. Such deeds as, well, in a word, such as everybody probably does, but which, as if on purpose, came upon me precisely when I was most conscious that they ought not to be done at all. The more conscious I was of goodness, and of all that beautiful and lofty business, the deeper I sank into my mire, and the more capable I became of sinking into it altogether. But the chief thing was that all this seemed not to be accidental in me, but as if it were bound to be so, as if it were my most normal condition, and not an illness or a corruption at all, so that in the end, I even lost the desire to fight against that corruption. It ended with my almost believing, and perhaps really believing, that this was possibly my normal condition. But at first, in the beginning, what agonies I went through in that struggle! I did not believe that it happened to others, and so I kept it to myself all my life as a secret. I was ashamed, and perhaps I am ashamed even now. It went so far that I felt a kind of secret, abnormal, mean little pleasure in returning to my corner on some foul Petersburg night, intensely conscious that today I had again done something vile, and that what was done could not be undone. And inwardly, secretly, I would gnaw and gnaw at myself for it with my teeth, sawing at myself and sucking at myself, until the bitterness turned at last into a kind of shameful, accursed sweetness, and finally into a definite, serious pleasure. Yes, into pleasure. I stand on that. That is why I began to speak of it, because I keep wanting to know for certain whether other people have such pleasures. Let me explain. The pleasure came precisely from the too vivid consciousness of one's own degradation. From feeling that one had come up against the last wall oneself, that it was fall but could not be otherwise, that there was no way out for you, that you would never become a different man, that even if there were still time and faith enough to remake yourself into something else, you probably would not want to remake yourself. And that if you did want to, you would still do nothing about it. Because in fact there is perhaps nothing to remake yourself into. And the chief thing, and the end of it all, is that all this proceeds according to the normal and fundamental laws of intensified consciousness, and by the inertia that follows directly from those laws, and consequently, you not only cannot remake yourself, you simply cannot do anything at all. It turns out, for example, as a result of intensified consciousness, that you are right in being a scoundrel, as if that were a consolation to the scoundrel. Once he already feels that he really is a scoundrel. But enough. Ah, what a lot I have piled up, and what have I explained? How is the pleasure here to be explained? But I will explain myself. I will see it through to the end. That is why I took up the pen. I, for instance, am terribly vain. I am as suspicious and easily offended as a hunchback or a dwarf. But truly there have been minutes when, if it had happened that somebody slapped my face, I might even have been glad of it. I am speaking seriously. I would certainly have managed to find a kind of pleasure in that too. The pleasure of despair, of course. But it is in despair that the most burning pleasures are found, especially when you are very strongly conscious of the hopelessness of your position. And with a slap in the face, the consciousness of what a paste you have been ground into comes crushing down on you. The chief thing is that, however you turn it about, it always comes out that I am the first to blame in everything. And, what is most offensive of all, blameless and yet to blame, and so to speak by the laws of nature. To blame in the first place because I am more intelligent than everyone around me. I have always considered myself more intelligent than everyone around me, and sometimes, would you believe it, I have even been ashamed of it. At the very least, all my life, I have looked somewhere off to one side and never could look people straight in the eye. To blame, in the end, because even if I had magnanimity in me, it would only bring me more torment from the consciousness of how useless it was. I certainly would not have been able to make anything of my magnanimity, neither to forgive, because the man who offended me had perhaps struck me by the laws of nature. And the laws of nature cannot be forgiven, nor to forget, because even if they are the laws of nature, it is offensive all the same. Finally, even if I had wanted to be entirely without magnanimity, and had wished on the contrary to avenge myself on the offender, I could not have avenged myself on anyone for anything, because I certainly would not have brought myself to do anything about it, even if I could. Why would I not have brought myself to it? On that I want to say a couple of words separately. Chapter 3. How do people manage it? The ones who know how to avenge themselves, and generally how to stand up for themselves. When the feeling of revenge takes hold of them, say, then nothing else is left in their whole, being for the time being except that one feeling. Such a gentleman simply charges straight at his goal like a maddened bull with his horns down, and only a wall stops him. By the way, before a wall such gentlemen, that is, spontaneous men and men of action, genuinely give in. For them a wall is not an evasion, as it is for us, thinking men, and therefore men who do nothing, not a pretext for turning back off the road. A pretext that our sort usually does not believe in himself, but is always very glad of. No, they give in with complete sincerity. A wall has something soothing about it for them, something morally settling and final, perhaps even something mystical. But of the wall later. Well, sir, it is this spontaneous man, whom I regard as the real, the normal man. The man that tender Mother Nature herself wished to see when she kindly brought him into being on the earth. I envy such a man to the point of bile. He is stupid. I will not argue with you about that, but perhaps a normal man ought to be stupid. How do you know? Perhaps it is even very beautiful. And I am all the more convinced of this, so to speak spiteful, suspicion for the following reason. Take the antithesis of the normal man, that is, the intensely conscious man who came not out of the lap of nature, but out of a retort. This is almost mysticism, gentlemen, but I suspect that too. Well, this man out of the retort sometimes gives in before his antithesis so completely that he honestly regards himself, with all his intensified consciousness, as a mouse and not as a man. Let it be an intensely conscious mouse, but a mouse all the same, whereas the other is a man, and consequently, and so on. And the main thing is that he himself regards himself as a mouse. Nobody asks him to. And that is an important point. Let us look at this mouse in action. Suppose it too has been offended, and it almost always is offended, and that it too wants to take revenge. There may be even more spite accumulated in it than in el homme de la nature, et de la vie writ. The nasty, base little desire to pay the offender back with the same evil may scratch at it even more nastily than at el homme de la nature et de la writ. Because call homme de la nature et de la vie writ, in his inborn stupidity, considers his revenge to be simply justice, whereas the mouse, as a result of its intensified consciousness, denies that there is any justice in it. At last it comes to the thing itself, to the act of revenge. On top of the one original nastiness, the unhappy mouse has already managed to pile up around itself so many other nastinesses in the form of questions and doubts. It has attached to the one question so many unresolved questions that willy-nilly a kind of fatal slop collects around it, a kind of stinking filth made up of its doubts and agitations, and, finally, of the spit raining down on it from the spontaneous men of action, who stand solemnly around it as judges and dictators and roar, with laughter at it at the top of their healthy lungs. Naturally, all that is left for it is to wave the whole thing away with its little paw and slip shamefully back into its crack, with a smile of assumed contempt that it does not believe in itself. There, in its foul, stinking underground, our offended, beaten down and ridiculed mouse plunges at once into a cold, poisonous, and, above all, everlasting spite. For 40 years on end, it will recall its offense down to the last and most shameful detail, and each time will add to it details still more shameful, spitefully teasing and irritating itself with its own fantasy. It will be ashamed of its own fantasy, but it will still recall everything, go over everything, invent things about itself that never happened, on the pretext that they might have happened, and will forgive nothing. It may even begin to take revenge, but somehow in fits and starts, in trifles, from behind the stove, incognito, believing neither in its right to revenge nor in the success of its revenge, and knowing in advance that from all its attempts at revenge it will suffer 100 times more than the one it takes revenge on, who will probably not even scratch himself. On its deathbed it will remember it all again, with the interest accumulated over all that time. But it is precisely in this cold, loathsome half-despair and half-belief, in this conscious burying of oneself alive out of grief in the underground for 40 years, in this intensely manufactured and yet partly doubtful hopelessness of one's position, in all this poison of unsatisfied desires driven inward, in all this fever of hesitations, of decisions taken forever and repented of again a minute later, that the juice of that strange enjoyment I spoke of consists. It is so subtle, sometimes so far beyond the reach of consciousness, that people who are even slightly limited, or simply people with strong nerves, will not understand a single trace of it. Perhaps you will add with a grin, those will not understand it, either who have never received a slap in the face. And in that way you will politely hint to me that I too have perhaps received a slap in the face in my life, and that is why I speak as an expert. I will bet that is what you are thinking. But calm yourselves, gentlemen. I have not received slaps in the face. Though it makes absolutely no difference to me what you think about it. I may even be sorry that I have given out too few slaps in the face in my life. But enough. Not another word on this subject that you find so extremely interesting. I continue calmly about people with strong nerves, who do not understand a certain refinement of enjoyment. Although these gentlemen roar like bulls at the top of their lungs on certain occasions, and although this, let us say, does them the greatest honor, still, as I have already said, they submit at once before the impossible. The impossible meaning a stone wall. What stone wall? Well, the laws of nature, of course, the conclusions of the natural sciences, mathematics. Once they have proved to you, for instance, that you are descended from a monkey, there is no use making faces about it. Take it as it is. Once they have proved to you that in essence one little drop of your own fat ought to be dearer to you than 100,000 of your fellow men, and that this conclusion finally disposes of all so-called virtues and duties and other ravings and prejudices, then accept it. There is nothing to be done, because 2 times 2 is mathematics. Just try objecting. Good heavens, they will shout at you. You cannot rebel. It is 2 times 2 makes 4. Nature does not ask your permission. She has nothing to do with your wishes, or with whether you like her laws or not. You are obliged to accept her as she is, and consequently all her results. A wall, then, is a wall, and so on and so forth. Lord God, what do I care about the laws of nature and arithmetic, when for some reason I do not like those laws, and do not like 2 times 2 makes 4? Of course, I shall not break through such a wall with my forehead, if I really have not the strength to break through it. But neither shall I be reconciled with it simply because I have a stone wall in front of me and have not the strength. As if such a stone wall really were a consolation, and really did contain some word of peace, simply because it is 2 times 2 makes 4. Oh, absurdity of absurdities! How much better to understand it all, to be conscious of it all, of all the impossibilities and the stone walls, and not to be reconciled with a single one of those impossibilities and stone walls, if it disgusts you to be reconciled with them. To arrive, by the most inevitable logical combinations, at the most repulsive conclusions on the eternal theme, that even for the stone wall you are somehow to blame yourself. Though again, it is clear to the point of obviousness that you are not to blame at all. And then, as a result of that, silently and impotently grinding your teeth to sink voluptuously into inertia. To dream that it turns out there is nobody even to be angry with, that no object can be found, and perhaps never will be found, that there has been a substitution, a sleight of hand, a piece of cheating, that it is all just slop, nobody knows what and nobody knows who. But that in spite of all these unknowns and sleights of hand, it still hurts you. And the more you do not know, the more it hurts. Chapter 4. After this, you will be finding enjoyment in a tooth-ache next. You will cry out, laughing. And why not? There is enjoyment in a toothache too, I will answer. I had toothache for a whole month. I know there is. Here, of course, people do not rage in silence, they moan. But these are not honest moans. They are moans with malice in them, and the malice is the whole point. It is in these moans that the sufferer's enjoyment expresses itself. If he felt no enjoyment in them, he would not moan at all. This is a good example, gentlemen, and I shall develop it. What these moans express is, in the first place, the whole humiliating pointlessness of your pain, humiliating for our consciousness, the whole lawfulness of nature, which you naturally spit on, but from which you suffer all the same, while she does not. They express the consciousness that you have no enemy to be found. But the pain is there. The consciousness that you are, with all the Wagenheims in the world, completely enslaved to your teeth. That if somebody chooses, your teeth will stop hurting, and if he does not choose, they will go on hurting another 3 months. And that finally, if you still disagree and still protest, all that is left to you for your own consolation is to flog yourself, or to hit your wall harder with your fist, and absolutely nothing else. Well, sir, it is from these bloody offenses, from these jeers, nobody knows whose, that the enjoyment finally begins, sometimes reaching the highest voluptuousness. I ask you, gentlemen, to listen some time to the moans of an educated man of the 19th century suffering from toothache on the 2nd or 3rd day of it. By then he has begun to moan differently from the way he moaned on the 1st day. That is, not simply because his teeth hurt, not the way some coarse peasant moans. He moans the way a man moans who has been touched by development and European civilization. A man who has cut himself off from the soil and from the principles of the people, as they say nowadays. His moans become somehow foul, disgustingly spiteful, and they go on for whole days and nights. And he knows himself that his moans do him no good at all. He knows better than anyone that he is only wearing himself and others out and irritating them for nothing. He knows that even the public he is performing for, and his whole family, are already listening to him with loathing, do not believe him for a farthing, and understand privately that he could moan differently and more simply, without roulades and flourishes, and that he is only carrying on like this out of spite and malice. Well, it is in all these consciousnesses and disgraces that the voluptuousness consists. As if to say, I am disturbing you, I am tearing at your hearts, I am keeping the whole house awake. Well then, do not sleep. Feel every minute that my teeth hurt as well. I am no longer the hero to you that I once wanted to seem. I am simply a nasty little man, a scoundrel. Well then, so be it. I am very glad you have seen through me. Is it foul for you to listen to my mean little moans? Well then, let it be foul. Here, I shall make you an even fuller relade this minute. Do you still not understand, gentlemen? No, it seems one has to develop and become conscious a good deal further to understand all the twists of this voluptuousness. You are laughing. I am delighted, sir. My jokes, gentlemen, are of course in bad taste, uneven, confused, full of self-mistrust. But that is because I have no respect for myself. Can a man who is conscious respect himself in the slightest? Chapter 5. Well, how can a man have the slightest respect for himself if he has attempted to find enjoyment even in the very feeling of his own degradation? I am not saying this now out of any sugary repentance. And, in general, I could never bear to say, "Forgive me, Papa, I shall not do it again," not because I was incapable of saying it, but on the contrary, perhaps precisely because I was all too capable of it, and how? As if on purpose, I would land myself in it on some occasion, when I was not guilty in thought or deed. That was the nastiest thing of all. And on top of that, I would again be touched in my soul, would repent, shed tears, and of course deceive myself, though I was not pretending in the least. My heart was somehow doing something foul in there. Here, I could not even blame the laws of nature, though the laws of nature have constantly, and more than anything else, offended me all my life. It is foul to remember all this, and it was foul then. Because within a minute, or so I would already be working out with spite that it was all a lie, a repulsive and affected lie, that is, all those repentances, all those tender feelings, all those vows of a new life. And if you ask why I twisted and tormented myself like that, the answer is, because it was too boring to sit with my arms folded. So I went in for these contortions. Really, that is how it was. Observe yourselves more carefully, gentlemen, and you will understand that it is so. I invented adventures for myself and made up a life, just so as to live at least somehow. How many times it happened to me, well, for instance, to take offense, just so, for no reason, deliberately. And I knew perfectly well that I had taken offense over nothing, that I was putting it on. But I would bring myself to such a pitch that in the end the offense would become real. All my life, I have somehow been drawn to play such tricks, so that in the end I lost control of myself. Another time, I wanted twice over to fall in love by force. I suffered, gentlemen, I assure you. In the depths of your soul, you do not believe you are suffering. Mockery stirs in you, and yet you suffer, and in the most genuine, authentic way. You are jealous. You are beside yourself. And it is all from boredom, gentlemen, all from boredom. Inertia has crushed me. The direct, lawful, immediate fruit of consciousness is inertia, that is, the conscious sitting with folded arms. I have mentioned this above already. I repeat emphatically, all spontaneous men and men of action are active precisely because they are dull and limited. How is that to be explained? Like this. As a consequence of their limitation, they take the nearest and secondary causes for the primary ones, and in this way they convince themselves more quickly and easily than others that they have found an unshakable basis for their business, and so they are at peace. And that is the main thing. To begin to act, you have to be completely at peace beforehand, with no doubts left at all. Now, how am I, for instance, to put myself at peace? Where are my primary causes to lean on? Where are my foundations? Where am I to take them from? I exercise myself in thinking, and consequently with me every primary cause at once drags after it another one, still more primary, and so on to infinity. That is precisely the essence of all consciousness and thought. So again it is the laws of nature, and what is the result in the end? The same thing. Remember, I was speaking just now about revenge. You probably did not take it in. It was said a man takes revenge because he finds justice in it. That means he has found a primary cause, has found a foundation, namely justice. So he is at peace on all sides, and consequently, he takes his revenge calmly and successfully, being convinced that he is doing an honest and just thing. But I see no justice in it, and I find no virtue in it either. And consequently, if I take revenge, it will only be out of spite. Spite, of course, could overcome everything, all my doubts, and so could serve perfectly successfully in place of a primary cause, precisely because it is not a cause. But what is to be done if I have no spite either? And I began with that just now. With me, spite is again subject to chemical decomposition, thanks to those accursed laws of consciousness. You look, and the object evaporates, the reasons vanish into air. The guilty party cannot be found. The offense stops being an offense and becomes a fate. Something like a tooth-ache that nobody is to blame for, and consequently the same way out is left again, that is, to hit the wall harder. So you wave the whole thing away, because you have not found a primary cause. But try letting yourself be carried away by your feeling blindly, without reasoning. Without a primary cause, driving consciousness away, at least for that time. Hate or love, just so as not to sit with folded arms. The day after tomorrow at the very latest, you will begin to despise yourself for having knowingly cheated yourself. The result a soap bubble and inertia. Oh, gentlemen, perhaps I only consider myself an intelligent man because all my life I have never been able to begin or to finish anything. Very well. Let me be a chatterbox, a harmless, irritating chatterbox, as we all are. But what is to be done if the direct and sole vocation of every intelligent man is chatter, that is, the deliberate pouring of emptiness from one empty vessel into another? Chapter 6. Oh, if only I did nothing simply out of laziness. Lord, how I would respect myself then. I would respect myself precisely because I would at least be capable of having laziness in me. There would be at least one quality in me that was, so to speak, positive, and that I myself could be sure of. Question, who is he? Answer, a lazy man. Why? It would be extremely pleasant to hear that about oneself. It would mean I was positively defined. It would mean there was something to say about me. A lazy man. Why? That is a title and a vocation. That is a career, sir. Do not joke about it. It is true. Then I should by right be a member of the very first club there is, and my only occupation would be respecting myself continuously. I knew a gentleman who was proud all his life of being a connoisseur of Lephite. He considered it his positive merit and never had any doubts about himself. He died not merely with a clear conscience, but with a triumphant one. And he was perfectly right. And I would have chosen a career for myself, then too. I would have been a lazy man and a glutton, but not a simple one. No, one who sympathized with everything beautiful and lofty. How do you like that? I have long had visions of it. That beautiful and lofty business has weighed heavily on the back of my neck in my 40 years. But that is at 40. Then it would have been different. I would have found myself a corresponding activity at once, namely drinking the health of everything beautiful and lofty. I would have seized on every occasion first to drop a tear into my glass, and then to drink it to everything beautiful and lofty. I would have turned everything in the world into the beautiful and the lofty. I would have found the beautiful and the lofty in the foulest, most undeniable rubbish. I would have become as tearful as a wet sponge. An artist, say, has painted a picture. At once I drink the health of the artist who painted the picture, because I love everything beautiful and lofty. An author has written anything you please. At once I drink the health of anything you please, because I love everything beautiful and lofty. I would demand respect for this, and would persecute anyone who did not show me respect. I would live in peace and die in triumph. Why? It is a delight, an absolute delight. And what a belly I would have grown then! What a triple chin I would have constructed! What a red nose I would have worked up for myself, so that anyone meeting me would say, looking at me, now there is a plus. Now there is something genuinely positive. And say what you like, gentlemen. It is extremely pleasant to hear such comments in our negative age. Chapter 7. But all this is golden dreaming. Oh, tell me, who was the first to announce, who was the first to proclaim, that a man does nasty things only because he does not know his own real interests? That if he were enlightened, if his eyes were open to his real, normal interests, he would stop doing nasty things at once and would become good and noble. Because, being enlightened and understanding his real advantage, he would see his own advantage precisely in the good. And since it is well known that no man can knowingly act against his own advantage, he would, so to speak, be obliged to do good. Oh, the infant! Oh, the pure, innocent child! In the first place, when in all these thousands of years, has there ever been a time when man acted only out of his own advantage? What is to be done with the millions of facts testifying that people knowingly, that is, fully understanding their real advantage, have put it in second place and rushed off down another road at their own risk, on the off chance, with nobody and nothing forcing them to it, but as if precisely because they did not want the road that was pointed out to them, and stubbornly, willfully, cut another one, difficult, absurd, hunting for it almost in the dark. So this stubbornness and willfulness really was more pleasant to them than any advantage. Advantage. What is advantage? Will you take it upon yourselves to define with complete precision what exactly human advantage consists of? And what if it happens that a man's advantage sometimes not only may, but positively must consist in wishing himself harm rather than what is to his advantage? And if that is so, if that case can even occur, then the whole rule crumbles to dust. What do you think? Does such a case occur? You are laughing. Laugh, gentlemen, but only answer me, have human advantages ever been calculated with complete accuracy? Are there not some that not only have not been fitted into any classification, but cannot be? As far as I know, gentlemen, you have taken your whole register of human advantages as an average from statistical figures and scientific economic formulas. Your advantages are prosperity, wealth, freedom, peace, and so on and so forth. So that a man who openly and knowingly went against that whole register would, in your opinion, and of course in mine too, be an obscurantist or completely mad, would he not? But here is the astonishing thing. Why does it happen that all these statisticians, sages and lovers of the human race, when they count up human advantages, invariably leave one advantage out? They do not even take it into the reckoning in the form in which it ought to be taken, and the whole calculation depends on it. There would be no great harm in it. They could take this advantage and enter it in the list. But the ruin of it is that this strange advantage does not fall into any classification and does not fit into any list. I have a friend, for example. Ah, gentlemen. But he is your friend too, and whose friend is he not? Preparing for some undertaking, this gentleman will at once set out for you, eloquently and clearly, exactly how he must act according to the laws of reason and truth. What is more, he will speak to you with excitement and passion about real, normal human interests, and with mockery will reproach the short-sighted fools, who understand neither their own advantage nor the true meaning of virtue. And then, exactly a quarter of an hour later, with no sudden external cause, but precisely because of something inside him that is stronger than all his interests, he will do something quite different. That is, he will plainly go against what he himself was saying, against the laws of reason, against his own advantage, in a word, against everything. I warn you that my friend is a composite figure, and so it is rather difficult to blame him alone. That is just it, gentlemen. Is there not in fact something that is dearer to almost every man than his very best advantages? or not to violate logic? Is there not one most advantageous advantage? The very one that is left out, the one we were just speaking of, which is more important and more advantageous than all other advantages. For the sake of it, a man is ready, if need be, to go against all laws. That is, against reason, honor, peace, prosperity, in a word, against all these beautiful and useful things, if only he can attain that primary, most advantageous advantage, which is dearer to him than anything. Well, advantages all the same, then you interrupt me. Allow me, sir. We shall explain ourselves further, and the point is not the play on words, but the fact that this advantage is remarkable precisely because it destroys all our classifications and constantly smashes all the systems put together by the lovers of the human race for the happiness of the human race. In a word, it gets in the way of everything. But before I name this advantage for you, I want to compromise myself personally, and so I boldly declare that all these beautiful systems, all these theories of explaining to mankind its real, normal interests so that, necessarily striving to attain those interests, it should at once become good and noble, are for the time being, in my opinion, nothing but logic chopping. Yes, sir, logic chopping. Because to maintain even this theory of the renewal of the whole human race by means of a system of its own advantages is, in my view, almost the same as, well, as maintaining, for instance, along with Buckle, that civilization softens a man and consequently makes him less bloodthirsty and less capable of war. Logically, it does seem to work out that way for him. But a man is so partial to systems and to abstract conclusions that he is ready to distort the truth deliberately, ready not to see with his eyes and not to hear with his ears, if only to justify his logic. I take this example because it is too glaring an example. Just look around you, blood is flowing in rivers, and in such a merry way, exactly like champagne. There is our whole 19th century for you, the century Buckle lived in as well. There is Napoleon for you, both the great one and the present one. There is North America for you, that everlasting union. There, finally, is the ridiculous Schleswig-Holstein business. And what is it that civilization softens in us? Civilization develops in man nothing but a many-sidedness of sensations, and absolutely nothing more. And through the development of that many-sidedness, man may yet come to find enjoyment in blood. Indeed, it has already happened to him. Have you noticed that the most refined shedders of blood have almost always been the most civilized gentlemen, next to whom all the Attilas and Stenka Razins were sometimes not fit to hold a candle, and if they do not strike the eye as vividly as Attila and Stenka Razin, it is precisely because they are too often met with, too ordinary, too familiar. At the very least, civilization has made man, if not more bloodthirsty, then certainly more vilely, more folly bloodthirsty than before. Formerly he saw justice in shedding blood, and destroyed whomever he had to with a clear conscience. Now, although we consider bloodshed foul, we occupy ourselves with this foulness all the same, and more than before. Which is worse? Decide for yourselves. They say that Cleopatra, forgive the example from Roman history, liked to stick gold pins into her slave girls' breasts and found enjoyment in their screams and writhing. You will say that this was in times that were, relatively speaking, barbarous, that these are barbarous times too, because, also relatively speaking, pins are still stuck in now, and that although man has now sometimes learned to see more clearly than in barbarous times, he is still far from having learned to act as reason and science direct him. But all the same, you are completely convinced that he will certainly learn. Once certain old bad habits have passed away entirely, and once common sense and science have completely re-educated human nature and directed it normally, you are convinced that then man will himself stop erring voluntarily and will, so to speak, be unable to help wanting to bring his will into line with his normal interests. What is more, you say, then science itself will teach man, though in my view this is already a luxury, that he has in fact no will and no caprice at all, and never had. That he himself is nothing more than a sort of piano key or an organ stop. And that besides this, there are the laws of nature in the world, so that everything he does is done not by his own wanting at all, but of itself, according to the laws of nature. Consequently, these laws of nature need only be discovered, and man will no longer be answerable for his actions, and life will become extremely easy for him. All human actions will then, of course, be worked out according to those laws, mathematically, like a table of logarithms up to 108,000, and entered in a calendar. Or better still, certain well-meaning publications will appear, like our present encyclopedic dictionaries, in which everything will be so precisely calculated and set down that there will no longer be any actions or adventures in the world. Then, you say, new economic relations will come, all ready-made and also calculated with mathematical precision, so that every possible question will vanish in an instant, precisely because every possible answer will have been supplied to it. Then the Crystal Palace will be built. Then, well, in a word, then the bird of paradise will fly down to us. Of course, there is no guaranteeing, and this is me speaking now, that it will not be, for instance, terribly boring then? Because what is there to do when everything is worked out according to a little table, but on the other hand, everything will be extremely reasonable? Of course, what will boredom not lead one to invent? Gold pins get stuck in out of boredom too. But none of that would matter. What is bad, and this is me speaking again, is that for all I know people might be glad of the gold pins then. Man is stupid, phenomenally stupid. That is, he is not stupid at all, but he is so ungrateful that you could search for another like him and not find one. I, for instance, would not be in the least surprised if the following happened. Suddenly, for no reason at all, in the midst of the universal reasonableness of the future, some gentleman with an ignoble, or rather with a retrograde and mocking face, appears. He puts his arms akimbo and says to all of us, well, gentlemen, why don't we kick all this reasonableness over at one blow with our foot and scatter it to the winds? For the sole purpose of sending all these logarithms to the devil, so that we can live by our own stupid will again. Even that would not matter. But what is offensive is that he would certainly find followers. That is how man is made. And all of it for the emptiest of reasons, one that would hardly seem worth mentioning, namely that man, always and everywhere, whoever he is, has liked to act as he wanted, and not at all as reason and advantage commanded him. And one may want even against one's own advantage, and sometimes one positively must, and that is my own idea. One's own free and unfettered wanting, one's own caprice, however wild, one's own fancy, worked up sometimes to the point of madness. All of this is precisely that omitted, most advantageous advantage which fits into no classification, and because of which all systems and theories are constantly blown to the devil. And where did these sages get the idea that man needs some kind of normal, some kind of virtuous wanting? What made them imagine that what man needs is necessarily a reasonably advantageous wanting? What man needs is only independent wanting, whatever that independence may cost, and wherever it may lead. And as for wanting, the devil only knows. Chapter 8. Ha! Ha! But strictly speaking, there is no such thing as wanting at all? If you like! You interrupt me, laughing. Science has by now managed to dissect man, so thoroughly that we already know that wanting, and so, called free will, are nothing but— Wait, gentlemen. I meant to begin that way myself. I admit I was even frightened. I was just about to shout that wanting depends on the devil knows what, and that this is perhaps a good thing. But then I remembered science, and I sat back down, and that is when you spoke up. Because really, suppose they do find one day the formula for all our wantings and caprices. Suppose they work out what those wantings depend on, by what laws they come about, how exactly they spread, where they are heading in this case, and in that case, and so on, a real mathematical formula. Well, then man would very likely stop wanting that same minute. In fact, he would almost certainly stop. Who wants to want by a table of figures? And there is more. He would turn that same minute from a man into an organ pin, or something of that sort. Because what is a man without desires, without will, without wantings, if not a pin in the barrel of an organ? What do you think? Let us count the odds. Can this happen or not? You decide. Our wantings are mostly mistaken, and they are mistaken because we take a mistaken view of our own advantage. We sometimes want pure nonsense because, in our stupidity, We see in that nonsense the easiest road to some advantage we have decided on in advance. Well, when all of this has been explained and worked out on paper, and that is quite possible, because it is vile and senseless to believe in advance that there are laws of nature man will never come to know, then, naturally, so-called desires will no longer exist. For if wanting should ever come to complete terms with reason, then we shall reason and not want, precisely because you cannot, while keeping your reason, want nonsense, and so go knowingly against your reason and wish yourself harm. And since all wantings and all reasonings really can be calculated, because the laws of our so, called free, will are bound to be discovered sooner or later, then, joking aside, something like a table might well be drawn up, and we really would want according to that table. If they should ever calculate and prove to me that when I made a rude gesture at some man it was because I could not help making it, and that I had to make it with that particular finger, then what freedom is left in me, especially if I am an educated man and have taken a degree somewhere? In that case, I could work out my whole life 30 years in advance. In a word, if this is arranged, there will be nothing left for us to do. We shall have to accept it all the same. And in general we ought to repeat to ourselves, without tiring, that at such and such a minute, and in such and such circumstances, nature does not consult us. We have to take her as she is, and not as we imagine her. And if we are really heading for tables and calendars, and, well, even for the laboratory flask, then what is there to do? We must accept the flask too, or it will get itself accepted without you. Yes, sir. But this is exactly where I stumble! Gentlemen, forgive me for philosophizing. It is 40 years of the underground! Allow me to indulge my fancy. You see, Sir Reason is a good thing. That is beyond dispute. But reason is only reason, and it satisfies only man's reasoning capacity. While wanting is a manifestation of the whole of life, that is, of the whole of human life, reason and all the scratching that goes with it. And though our life, in this manifestation, often turns out to be a poor thing, it is life all the same, and not the extraction of a square root. Take me. I quite naturally want to live in order to satisfy my whole capacity for living, and not in order to satisfy my reasoning capacity alone, which is some 20th part of my whole capacity for living. What does reason know? A reason knows only what it has managed to learn. Some things it will perhaps never learn. That is no comfort. But why not say it anyway? Human nature, meanwhile, acts as a whole, with everything that is in it, consciously and unconsciously, and though it lies, it lives. I suspect, gentlemen, that you are looking at me with pity. You repeat to me that an enlightened and developed man, such a man as the man of the future will be, cannot knowingly want something disadvantageous to himself, that this is mathematics. I agree completely. It really is mathematics. But I repeat to you for the 100th time There is one case, only one, when a man may purposely and consciously wish upon himself something harmful, something stupid, even something of the stupidest kind, and that case is this. He wants the right to wish upon himself even the stupidest thing, and not to be bound by the duty of wishing himself only what is sensible. This stupidest thing, this caprice of one's own, may in fact, gentlemen, be the most advantageous thing on earth for the likes of us, especially in certain cases. It may be more advantageous than any advantage, even when it does us obvious harm and contradicts the soundest conclusions our reason has reached about our advantage. Because at any rate it preserves for us the main thing, the dearest thing, that is, our personality and our individuality. Some people insist that this really is the dearest thing of all to a man. Wanting can, of course, come to terms with reason if it wants to, especially if you do not abuse this and use it in moderation. That is useful, and sometimes even praiseworthy. But wanting very often, and indeed, for the most part, disagrees completely and stubbornly with reason, and, do you know, that is useful too, and sometimes very praiseworthy indeed. Gentlemen, let us suppose that man is not stupid. In fact, one cannot possibly say that he is, if only because, if he were stupid, who then would be clever? But if he is not stupid, he is monstrously ungrateful, phenomenally ungrateful. I even think that the best definition of man is this: a creature on two legs and ungrateful. But that is still not all. That is still not his chief defect. His chief defect is his perpetual bad behavior, perpetual, from the flood down to the Schleswig, Holstein period of human destiny. Bad behavior, and therefore bad sense too, because it has long been known that bad sense comes from nothing but bad behavior. Just try casting an eye over the history of mankind. Well, what will you see? Is it majestic? Perhaps it is majestic. The Colossus of Rhodes alone is worth something. No wonder Mr. Dostoevsky testifies about it, that some say it is the work of human hands, while others maintain that it was created by nature herself. Is it colorful? Perhaps it is colorful. Just to sort through the dress uniforms of the military and the civil service in every age and among every people is worth something on its own. And once you add the undress uniforms, you could break a leg. No historian would survive it. Is it monotonous? Well, perhaps it is monotonous. They fight, and they fight. They are fighting now, they fought before. And they fought afterwards. You will agree that this is really too monotonous. In a word, anything can be said about world history. Anything that could enter the head of the most disordered imagination. There is only one thing that cannot be said about it, and that is that it is sensible. You would choke on the first word. And here is the sort of thing that keeps turning up. Life is forever producing well-behaved and sensible people, such sages and lovers of the human race, who set themselves the goal of behaving all their lives as well and as sensibly as possible of shining, so to speak, upon their neighbors, and all in order to prove to them that one really can live in this world both well and sensibly. And what happens? It is well known that many of these lovers of mankind, sooner or later, towards the end of their lives, have betrayed themselves by producing some anecdote, sometimes even of the most improper kind. Now, I will ask you, what can be expected of man, as a creature endowed with such strange qualities? Shower him with every earthly blessing. Drown him in happiness right over his head, so that nothing but bubbles rise to the surface of that happiness, as on water. Give him such economic comfort that he has nothing left to do but sleep, eat cakes, and busy himself with keeping world history going. And even then, out of sheer ingratitude, out of sheer spite, man will do something vile. He will even risk his cakes and deliberately wish upon himself the most ruinous nonsense, the most uneconomical rubbish, purely in order to mix into all this positive good sense his own ruinous, fantastic element. It is precisely his fantastic dreams, his own vulgar stupidity, that he will want to keep hold of, purely in order to confirm to himself, as though this were so very necessary, that men are still men, and not the keys of a piano, upon which the laws of nature may indeed be playing with their own hands, but which they threaten to go on playing until nothing can be wanted except by the calendar. And that is still not all. Even if he really did turn out to be a piano key, even if this were proved to him by natural science and mathematically, even then he would not come to his senses. He would deliberately do the opposite, purely out of ingratitude, purely in order to have his way. And, if he should find he has no means to do it, he will invent destruction and chaos. He will invent all kinds of suffering, and he will have his way after all. He will send a curse out into the world, and since only man can curse, that is his privilege, and it is chiefly what distinguishes him from the other animals. He may well achieve his aim with the curse alone. That is, he will really be convinced that he is a man and not a piano key. If you say that, all this can be calculated by the table too, the chaos and the darkness and the curse, so that the mere possibility of calculating it in advance would stop everything and reason would have its way. Then a man would go mad on purpose, so as not to have reason and to have his way. I believe in this. I will answer for this, because the whole business of man seems really to consist in nothing but this, that a man should prove to himself every minute that he is a man and not a pin. Prove it with his own sides, but prove it. Prove it by turning caveman, but prove it. And after that, how can one not sin? How can one not praise the fact that this has not yet come to pass, and that wanting still depends on the devil, knows what? You shout at me? If you still think me worth shouting at, that nobody here is taking my will away from me. That all they are busy with is arranging things so that my will, of its own accord, by its own will, should coincide with my normal interests, with the laws of nature, and with arithmetic. Ah, gentlemen, what sort of will of my own will there be when it comes down to tables and arithmetic, when the only thing in use is twice 2 makes 4? Twice 2 will make 4 without my will. Is that what a will of one's own is? Chapter 9. Gentlemen, I am joking, of course, and I know myself that I am not joking well. But then you cannot take everything for a joke either. Perhaps I am joking with my teeth clenched. Gentlemen, I am tormented by questions. Answer them for me. Here you are, for instance, wanting to break man of his old habits and to correct his will in line with the demands of science and good sense. But how do you know that man not only can, but must, be remade in this way? What makes you conclude that human wanting is so badly in need of correction? In a word, how do you know that such a correction really will bring man any advantage? And, to say the whole of it, why are you so certain that not going against one's real, normal advantages, guaranteed by the arguments of reason and by arithmetic, is really always to man's advantage and is a law for all mankind? So far, this is nothing but a supposition of yours. Let us grant that it is a law of logic. But it may not be a law of humanity at all. Perhaps you think, gentlemen, that I am mad. Let me qualify that. I agree that man is above all a creating animal, condemned to strive consciously towards a goal, and to occupy himself with the art of engineering, that is, eternally, and without ceasing to build himself a road, wherever it may lead. But that may be exactly why he sometimes wants to swerve aside, because he is sentenced to lay that road, and perhaps also for another reason. However stupid the plain man of action may be in general, it still sometimes occurs to him that the road, as it turns out, almost always leads somewhere or other. That the main thing is not where it leads, but that it should simply keep going. And that the well-behaved child should not neglect the art of engineering and give himself over to that ruinous idleness, which, as we know, is the mother of all vices. Man loves to create and to lay roads. That is beyond dispute. But why does he also love destruction and chaos to the point of passion? Tell me that! But about this, I want to say a couple of words on my own account. May it not be that he loves destruction and chaos so much, and it is beyond dispute that he sometimes loves them very much? That is simply how it is. Because he is instinctively afraid of reaching his goal, and completing the building he is putting up. How do you know? Perhaps he only loves the building from a distance, and not from close up. Perhaps he only loves creating it, and not living in it. Leaving it afterwards aux animox domestiques, to the ants, the sheep, and the rest. Now, the ants have a completely different taste. They have one astonishing building of this kind, indestructible forever, and that is the anthill. The worthy ants began with the anthill, and they will no doubt end with the anthill, which does great credit to their constancy and their solidity. But man is a frivolous and unseemly creature, and perhaps, like a chess player, he loves only the process of reaching the goal, and not the goal itself. And who knows, there is no guaranteeing it, but perhaps the whole goal on earth towards which mankind is striving consists in nothing but this unbrokenness of the process of reaching. In other words, in life itself, and not in the goal proper, which of course can be nothing else, but twice 2 makes 4, that is, a formula. And twice 2 makes 4 is no longer life, gentlemen. It is the beginning of death. At least man has always been somehow afraid of this twice 2 makes 4, and I am afraid of it now. Suppose man does nothing but hunt for these twice 2 makes 4, crosses oceans, sacrifices his life in the hunting. But to find it, actually to find it, upon my word, he is somehow afraid, because he feels that once he finds it, there will be nothing left to hunt for. Workmen at least get their money when they finish the job. They go off to the tavern, and then they end up at the police station, and there is a week's occupation for you. But where is man to go? At any rate, something awkward is noticeable in him each time he reaches goals of that sort. He loves the reaching, but to have reached, not entirely. And that, of course, is terribly funny. In a word, man is comically made. There is evidently a pun in all of it. But twice 2 makes 4 is an insufferable thing all the same. Twice 2 makes 4 is, in my opinion, nothing but a piece of insolence. Twice 2 makes 4 stands there, with its hands on its hips, right across your road, swaggering and spitting. I agree that twice 2 makes 4 is an excellent thing. But if we are handing out praise, then twice 2 makes 5 is sometimes a very charming little thing as well. And why are you so firmly, so triumphantly certain that only the normal and the positive, in a word, only prosperity, is to man's advantage? Is reason not mistaken about advantages? Perhaps man does not love prosperity alone. Perhaps he loves suffering just as much. Perhaps suffering is exactly as advantageous to him as prosperity is. And man does sometimes love suffering terribly, to the point of passion, and that is a fact. Here there is no need to consult world history. Ask yourself if you are a man and have lived at all. As for my own personal opinion, to love prosperity alone is somehow even indecent. Whether it is good or bad, it is also very pleasant sometimes to smash something. I am not really standing up here for suffering, nor for prosperity either. I am standing up for my own caprice, and for having it guaranteed to me when I need it. Suffering is not allowed in vaudevilles. I know that. In the Crystal Palace it is unthinkable. Suffering is doubt. It is denial. And what sort of Crystal Palace would it be if one could have doubts about it? And yet I am convinced that man will never renounce real suffering. That is, destruction and chaos. Suffering. Why? It is the sole cause of consciousness. Though I announced at the start that consciousness is, to my mind, the greatest misfortune for man. I know that man loves it, and would not trade it for any satisfactions. Consciousness, for instance, is infinitely higher than twice two. After twice two there is of course nothing left, not only to do, but even to learn. All that will be possible then is to stop up your five senses and sink into contemplation. Whereas, with consciousness, you get the same result. That is, there will still be nothing to do, but at least you can flog yourself now, and that at any rate puts some life back into you. It may be backward, but it is still better than nothing. Chapter 10. You believe in a crystal building, indestructible forever. That is, in one at which you will never be able to stick out your tongue on the sly, or make a rude sign at with your hand hidden in your pocket. Well, perhaps I am afraid of this building precisely because it is crystal and indestructible forever, and because one will not be able even to stick out one's tongue at it on the sly. You see, it is like this. If instead of a palace there is a hen house, and it starts to rain, I may well crawl into the hen house so as not to get wet. But I still will not take the hen house for a palace out of gratitude that it kept the rain off me. You laugh. You even say that in that case a hen house and a mansion come to the same thing. Yes, I answer, if one had to live only in order not to get wet. But what am I to do if I have got it into my head that one does not live for that alone, and that, if one is going to live, then one should live in a mansion? That is my wanting. That is my desire. You will only scrape it out of me when you change my desires. Well, change them. Tempt me with something else. Give me another ideal. But until then I will not take a hen house for a palace. Let it even be that the crystal building is a sham, that by the laws of nature it is not provided for at all, and that I invented it only out of my own stupidity, out of certain old and irrational habits of my generation. But what is it to me that it is not provided for? Does it not come to the same thing if it exists in my desires, or rather exists as long as my desires exist? Perhaps you are laughing again? Laugh, if you please. I will take every mockery, and I still will not say that I am full when I am hungry. I still know that I will not settle for a compromise, for an unbroken and recurring zero, only because it exists by the laws of nature and really does exist. I will not accept as the crown of my desires a solid block of flats, with apartments let to poor tenants on 1,000-year leases, and, just in case, the dentist Wagenheim on the signboard. Destroy my desires, wipe out my ideals, show me something better, and I will follow you. You will perhaps say that it is not worth getting involved. But in that case I can answer you in the same way. We are talking seriously. And if you will not honor me with your attention, then I am not going to bow and scrape. I have my underground. And as long as I am still alive and still desiring, may my arm wither off if I bring so much as one brick to such a block of flats! Do not hold it against me that I rejected the crystal building myself just now, and for no other reason than that one will not be able to tease it with one's tongue. I did not say that, because I am so very fond of sticking my tongue out. Perhaps I was angry only because, out of all your buildings, not one has yet been found at which one would not want to stick out one's tongue. On the contrary, I would let my tongue be cut off altogether, out of pure gratitude, if things could only be arranged so that I myself never wanted to stick it out again. What is it to me that things cannot be arranged that way, and that one must be satisfied with apartments? Then why am I made with such desires? Can it be that I am made only in order to reach the conclusion that the whole of my making is a swindle? Can that be the whole purpose? I do not believe it. But do you know what? I am convinced that our sort, the underground sort, ought to be kept on a short rein. He may be capable of sitting silently in his underground for 40 years, but once he comes out into the light and breaks loose, then he talks and talks and talks. Chapter 11. The end of it all, gentlemen, is that it is better to do nothing. Better conscious inertia! And so, long live the underground! Though I did say that I envy the normal man down to my last drop of bile, on the terms in which I see him, I do not want to be him. Though I will not stop envying him all the same. No. The underground is more advantageous in any case. There, at least, one can. But there I am lying again. Lying? Because I know myself, as surely as twice two, that it is not the underground that is better at all, but something else, something quite different, which I thirst for, but which I cannot find. To the devil with the underground! Here is what would even be better than that, if I believed a single thing myself out of everything I have just written. I swear to you, gentlemen, that I do not believe one little word, not one, of what I have just scribbled down. That is, I do believe it, perhaps, but at the very same time, and I do not know why, I feel and suspect that I am lying like a cobbler. Then why did you write all of it? You say to me. Well, suppose I put you away for 40 years with nothing to do, and then came to look you up after 40 years, in your underground, to see what had become of you. Can a man be left alone, with nothing to do for 40 years? Is it not shameful? Is it not degrading? You may say to me, shaking your heads in contempt. You thirst for life, and you settle life's questions with a logical tangle. And how tiresome your outbursts are, how insolent, and at the same time how frightened you are. You talk nonsense, and you are pleased with it. You say insolent things, and you are constantly afraid of them and asking to be excused. You assure us that you fear nothing, and at the same time you are fishing for our good opinion. You assure us that you are grinding your teeth, and at the same time you are cracking jokes to make us laugh. You know your jokes are not witty, but you are evidently very pleased with their literary merit. You may really have suffered, but you have no respect whatever for your own suffering. There is truth in you, but there is no chastity. Out of the pettiest vanity, you carry your truth out to be shown off, to be disgraced, to market. You really do want to say something, but out of fear you hide your last word, because you have not the resolve to say it, only a cowardly insolence. You boast of consciousness, but all you do is waver, because although your mind is working, your heart is darkened by depravity. And without a pure heart there can be no full and proper consciousness. And how tiresome you are, how you push yourself forward, how you play the fool. Lies, lies, lies! Of course, I have just made up all these words of yours myself. That too comes from the underground. For 40 years on end, I have been listening to those words of yours through a crack in the wall. I invented them myself, because that was the only thing there was to invent. No wonder I learned them by heart, and they took on a literary form. But can you really be so light-minded as to imagine that I will print all this and give it to you to read as well? And here is another puzzle for me. Why, in fact, do I call you gentlemen? Why do I address you as though you really were readers? Confessions of the kind I intend to start setting down are not printed and not given to others to read. At least I do not have that much firmness in me, and I do not consider it necessary to have it. But you see, a fancy has come into my head, and I want to carry it out at any cost. Here is the thing. There are things in every man's memory that he reveals only to his friends. There are others that he will not reveal even to his friends, only to himself, and even then in secret. But there are, finally, things that a man is afraid to reveal even to himself, and every decent man has a fair store of such things put by. In fact, it goes like this. The more decent the man, the more of them he has. At any rate, I myself have only lately resolved to recall certain of my earlier adventures, and until now I have always walked around them, even with a kind of uneasiness. Now, when I am not only recalling them, but have resolved to write them down, now I want to test precisely this. Is it possible to be completely open, even with oneself, and not to be afraid of the whole truth? I will note, by the way, that Heine maintains that faithful autobiographies are almost impossible, and that a man is bound to lie about himself. In his opinion, Rousseau, for instance, certainly lied about himself in his confession, and even lied deliberately, out of vanity. I am sure Heine is right. I understand very well how one can sometimes pin whole crimes on oneself out of vanity alone, and I grasp very well indeed what kind of vanity that can be. But Heine was judging a man who confessed before the public. I am writing for myself alone, and I declare once and for all that, if I write as though I were addressing readers, it is purely for show, because it makes the writing easier for me. It is a form, an empty form, and readers I shall never have. I have said this already. I do not want to be constrained by anything in the editing of my notes. I will set up no order and no system. Whatever comes back to me, that is what I will write down. Now here, for example, someone might catch me on a word and ask me if you really are not counting on readers. Then why are you making such agreements with yourself now? And on paper at that. Namely, that you will set up no order and no system, that you will write down whatever comes back to you, and so on, and so on. Why are you explaining yourself? Why are you apologizing? Well, there you are, I answer. There is a whole psychology in this, by the way. Perhaps it is simply that I am a coward. Or perhaps it is that I deliberately imagine a public in front of me, so as to behave more decently while I am writing. There could be 1,000 reasons. But here is one more thing. Why, what for exactly do I want to write? If it is not for the public, then surely I could recall it all in my mind without putting it down on paper. Quite so. But on paper it comes out somehow more solemn. There is something in it that impresses. There will be more judgment of myself. The style will gain. Besides which, perhaps I really will get some relief from the writing down. Today, for instance, one old memory is weighing on me particularly. It came back to me clearly a few days ago, and it has stayed with me ever since. Like an annoying tune that will not leave you alone. And yet I have to be rid of it. I have hundreds of such memories, but from time to time, one out of the 100 stands out and weighs on me. For some reason I believe that if I write it down it will leave me alone. Why not try? Finally, I am bored, and I am constantly doing nothing. Writing things down really does seem like work. They say a man becomes good and honest through work. Well, there is a chance at least. Snow is falling today, almost wet, yellow dull. Yesterday it fell too, and it fell a few days ago as well. It seems to me that it was on account of the wet snow that I remembered that anecdote, which will not leave me alone now. And so let this be a story apropos of the wet snow. Part 2. Apropos of the wet snow. Chapter 1. When from the darkness of delusion I drew the fallen soul out with a burning word of persuasion, and you, filled with deep torment, wringing your hands, cursed the vice that had entangled you, when, punishing your forgetful conscience with memory, you told me the story of everything that came before me, and suddenly, covering your face with your hands, full of shame and horror, you dissolved into tears, outraged, shaken. And so on, and so on, and so on. At that time I was only 24 years old. Even then my life was gloomy, disordered, and lonely to the point of savagery. I kept company with nobody. I even avoided speaking. And I buried myself further and further in my corner. At work, in the office, I tried not even to look at anyone, and I noticed very well that my colleagues not only considered me a crank, but seemed, and this too always seemed so to me, to look at me with a kind of loathing. It occurred to me to wonder why nobody but me ever feels that he is being looked at with loathing. One of the men in our office had a repulsive, pockmarked face, almost the face of a bandit. With a face as improper as that I do not think I would have dared to look at anyone. Another had a uniform so worn that there was a bad smell about him. And yet not one of these gentlemen was embarrassed, not by his clothes, not by his face, not morally in any way. Neither of them imagined that anyone was looking at him with loathing, and even if they had imagined it, they would not have cared, so long as it was not their superiors who were doing the looking. It is now completely clear to me that, out of my unbounded vanity, and therefore out of the demands I made on myself, I very often looked at myself with a furious dissatisfaction that went as far as loathing, and so I mentally attributed my own look to everybody else. I hated my face, for example. I found it vile, and I even suspected that there was something base in its expression. So every time I appeared at the office, I made a painful effort to hold myself as independently as possible, so that nobody would suspect me of baseness, and to express as much nobility with my face as I could. Let the face be ugly, I thought, but let it at least be noble, expressive, and above all extremely intelligent. But I knew, certainly and with suffering, that I would never express all these perfections with my face. And what was most terrible of all, I found it positively stupid. I would have settled completely for intelligence. In fact, I would have agreed, even to a base expression, if only people found my face terribly intelligent at the same time. Of course, I hated everyone in our office, from the first to the last, and despised them all. And at the same time, I was somehow afraid of them. It happened that I would suddenly put them above myself. That was how it went with me in those days, one moment despising them, the next putting them above myself. A developed and decent man cannot be vain without making unbounded demands on himself, and without despising himself at certain moments to the point of hatred. But whether I despised them or put them above me, I dropped my eyes before almost every man I met. I even made experiments. Could I bear the gaze of such and such a man upon me? And I was always the first to look away. It tormented me to the point of fury. I was also afraid, to the point of illness, of being ridiculous. And so I slavishly worshipped routine in everything to do with outward things. I sank lovingly into the common rut and was frightened, with my whole soul, of any eccentricity in myself. But how could I keep it up? I was morbidly developed, as a man of our time ought to be developed. They were all dull, and as like one another as sheep in a flock. Perhaps I was the only one in the whole office who constantly felt that he was a coward and a slave. And I felt it precisely because I was developed. But it was not only a feeling. It really was so, in fact. I was a coward and a slave. I say this without any embarrassment. every decent man of our time is, and must be a coward and a slave. That is his normal condition. Of this I am deeply convinced. He is made that way and constructed for it. And not just at the present time, because of some chance circumstances, but in all times a decent man must be a coward and a slave. That is the law of nature for all decent men on earth. If one of them happens to play the brave man about something, let him take no comfort in it, and not be carried away. He will cringe before something else. That is the sole and everlasting way out. Only donkeys play the brave man, and their crossbreeds, and even they only up to a certain wall. They are not worth paying attention to, because they mean absolutely nothing. Something else tormented me at that time, namely that nobody was like me, and I was like nobody. I am one and they are all, I thought, and I would sink into thought. From which you can see that I was still quite a boy. The opposite happened too. Sometimes it became so vile to go into the office that many a time I came home from work ill. But then suddenly, for no reason at all, a stretch of skepticism and indifference would set in. Everything with me came in stretches, and there I would be, laughing at my own intolerance and fastidiousness, reproaching myself with romanticism. One moment, I did not want to speak to anyone, and the next I would go so far that I not only got talking with them, but even took it into my head to make friends with them. All my fastidiousness would vanish at once, for no reason at all. Who knows? Perhaps I never had any, and it was put on out of books. I have not solved that question to this day. Once I even became quite friendly with them, started visiting their homes, playing preference, drinking vodka, talking about promotions. But here allow me to make a digression. We Russians, generally speaking, have never had those stupid, transcendental German, and especially French, romantics, on whom nothing has any effect. Let the earth crack open under them. Let the whole of France perish on the barricades. They remain the same. They will not change even for the sake of decency. And they will go on singing their transcendental songs, so to speak, to the grave, because they are fools. With us, on Russian soil, there are no fools. That is well known. It is what distinguishes us from the other German lands. Consequently, transcendental natures are not to be found here in their pure state. All this was the invention of our positive publicists and critics of the day, who were then hunting for men like Kostanzhoglo and Uncle Fyodor Ivanovich, and who, out of foolishness, took them for our ideal and slandered our romantics by counting them as transcendental in the German or French way. On the contrary, the qualities of our romantic are completely and directly the opposite of the transcendental European sort, and no European measure fits here. Allow me to keep using this word, romantic. It is an old word, respectable, deserving, and familiar to everybody. The qualities of our romantic are these: to understand everything, to see everything, and to see it often far more clearly than our most positive minds see it. To be reconciled with nobody and with nothing, but at the same time to turn up his nose at nothing. To get round everything, to give way in everything, to deal politely with everyone. Never to lose sight of some useful, practical goal, a government flat perhaps, a little pension, a little decoration, and to keep that goal in view, straight through all the enthusiasms and the slim volumes of lyric verse. And at the same time to preserve intact within himself, to the grave, the beautiful and the lofty, and while he is at it to preserve himself too, wrapped in cotton wool like some piece of jeweler's work, for the good, let us say, of that same beautiful and lofty. Our romantic is a broad man, and the greatest rogue of all our rogues. I assure you of that, and I speak from experience. All this, of course, if the romantic is intelligent. But what am I saying? A romantic is always intelligent. I only wanted to remark that although we have had foolish romantics among us, they do not count, and for one reason only. While still in their prime, they turned finally into Germans, and, the better to preserve their piece of jeweler's work, settled down somewhere over there, mostly in Weimar or in the Black Forest. I, for instance, sincerely despised my work in the service, and if I did not spit on it, it was only from necessity, because I sat there myself and was paid for it, and the result, note this, was that I still did not spit. Our romantic would sooner go out of his mind, which in fact very rarely happens, than spit on it, unless he has another career in view. And he is never thrown out on his ear either. At most he is carted off to the madhouse as the King of Spain, and even that only if he goes very badly out of his mind. But with us only the thin and the fair-haired go mad. Whereas an uncountable number of romantics later rise to considerable rank. An extraordinary many-sidedness! And what a capacity for the most contradictory sensations! I was consoled by this even then, and I am of the same mind now. That is why we have so many broad natures among us who never lose their ideal, even in their very last fall. And though they will not lift a finger for that ideal, though they are out-and-out robbers and thieves, they still respect their original ideal to the point of tears, and are unusually honest in their souls. Yes, sir. It is only among us that the most out and out scoundrel can be completely, even loftily, honest in his soul, while not for one moment ceasing to be a scoundrel. I repeat, our romantics quite regularly turn out such business-like rascals, and I use the word rascals with affection, and suddenly display such a nose for reality and such knowledge of the positive, that their astonished superiors and the public can only click their tongues at them in stupefaction. The many-sidedness is truly amazing, and God knows what it will turn into and develop into under later circumstances, and what it promises us further on. But it is not bad material, sir! I do not say this out of any patriotism, comic or homebrewed, though I am sure you think again that I am joking. And who knows, perhaps the opposite. That is, you are sure that I really do think so. In any case, gentlemen, I shall consider both your opinions an honor and a particular pleasure. And forgive me my digression. With my colleagues, of course, I did not keep up the friendship and very soon fell out with them. And, out of the inexperience of my youth at that time, even stopped bowing to them, as though I had cut them off. That, however, only happened to me once. In general, I was always alone. At home, in the first place, I mostly read. I wanted to smother with sensations from outside. Everything that was constantly boiling up inside me. And of sensations from outside, the only one possible for me was reading. Reading helped a great deal, of course. It stirred me, delighted me, and tormented me. But at times it bored me horribly. I still wanted to move, and then I would suddenly plunge into dark, underground, vile, not debauchery exactly, but a shabby little debauchery. My petty passions were sharp and burning from my constant morbid irritability. My fits were hysterical, with tears and convulsions. Apart from reading, there was nowhere to go. That is, there was nothing in my surroundings that I could respect then, nothing that drew me. On top of that, a misery would boil up in me, a hysterical craving for contradictions, for contrasts, and so I would set out on my debauchery. I have not said all this just now in order to justify myself. But no, that is a lie! I did want to justify myself. I make this little note for myself, gentlemen. I do not want to lie. I gave my word. I debauched myself alone, at night, in secret, fearfully, filthily, with a shame that did not leave me at the most loathsome moments, and that at such moments even went as far as a curse. Even then I carried the underground in my soul. I was terribly afraid of being seen somehow, of being met, of being recognized. And the places I went to were very dark ones. Once, passing a wretched little tavern at night, I saw through the lit window some gentlemen fighting with cues around the billiard table, and one of them being thrown out of the window. At another time, I would have found it very repulsive. But just then such a moment came over me that I envied that gentleman who had been thrown out, and envied him so much that I even went into the tavern, into the billiard room. Perhaps I will get into a fight too, I thought, and they will throw me out of the window as well. I was not drunk. But what would you have me do? Misery can eat away at a man until he reaches that kind of hysteria. Nothing came of it, though. It turned out that I was not even capable of jumping out of a window, and I left without fighting. An officer put me in my place there from the very first step. I was standing by the billiard table and, not knowing any better, I was blocking the way, and he needed to get past. He took me by the shoulders and, without a word, without warning me and without explaining himself, moved me from where I was standing to another place, and walked past as though he had not even noticed me. I could have forgiven a beating, but I could not possibly forgive his moving me aside, and so completely failing to notice me. The devil knows what I would have given then for a real quarrel, a more proper one, a more decent one, a more, so to speak, literary one. I had been treated like a fly. This officer was some 10 vershok tall, that is, well over 6 feet, while I am a small and wasted man. The quarrel, however, was in my hands. I had only to protest. And of course they would have put me out of the window. But I thought better of it, and preferred to slip away in bitterness. I came out of the tavern confused and agitated, and went straight home. And the next day I carried on with my shabby little debauchery, more timidly, more downtrodden and sadder than before, as though with a tear in my eye. But I carried on with it all the same. Do not think, though, that I turned coward before the officer out of cowardice. I was never a coward at heart, though I was constantly a coward in practice. But wait before you laugh. There is an explanation for it. I have an explanation for everything, you may be sure. Oh, if only that officer had been one of those who agreed to come out for a duel! But no, he was precisely one of those gentlemen, Alice, long since vanished, who preferred to act with billiard cues, or, like Lieutenant Peragov in Gogol, through their superiors. They did not come out for duels, and with our sort, with a civilian, they would have considered a duel improper in any case. In fact, they considered a duel something unthinkable, free-thinking, French, while they themselves gave a good deal of offense, especially when they stood 6 feet tall. I turned coward there, not out of cowardice, but out of the most unbounded vanity. I was not frightened by his height, nor by the thought of being badly beaten and thrown out of the window. I would really have had physical courage enough. It was moral courage I lacked. What frightened me was that everyone present, from the insolent marker down to the last rotten and pimply little clerk hanging about there in a collar shiny with grace, would fail to understand me and would laugh at me when I protested and spoke to them in literary language. Because, with us, to this day, one cannot speak about the point of honor. That is, not about honor, but about the point of honor, point de honor, in any other way than in literary language. In ordinary language, the point of honor is not mentioned. I was quite sure, and here was my nose for reality, for all my romanticism, that they would simply split their sides laughing, and that the officer would not beat me simply, that is, harmlessly, but would certainly knee me around the billiard table in that fashion, and only then, perhaps, take pity and put me out of the window. Of course, this miserable story could not end for me with that alone. I often met that officer in the street afterwards and got a good look at him, only I do not know whether he recognized me. Probably not. I judge by certain signs. But I looked at him with spite and hatred, and it went on like that for several years, sir. My spite even strengthened and grew with the years. At first I quietly began making inquiries about this officer. It was hard for me, because I was not acquainted with anyone. But once somebody called out his surname in the street, while I was walking behind him at a distance, as though tied to him, and so I learned the surname. Another time I followed him right to his lodgings, and, for a 10-kopeck piece, learned from the porter where he lived, on what floor, whether alone or with someone, and so on. In a word, everything one can learn from a porter. One morning, though I had never gone in for literature, it suddenly occurred to me to describe this officer in an exposing way, as a caricature, in the form of a story. I wrote that story with delight. I exposed him. I even slandered him. At first I disguised his surname so that it could be recognized at once. But then, on mature reflection, I changed it and sent the story to Notes of the Fatherland. But exposures were not yet in fashion then, and my story was not printed. That vexed me a great deal. Sometimes the spite simply choked me. Finally, I resolved to challenge my opponent to a duel. I composed a beautiful, attractive letter to him, begging him to apologize to me, and, in case of refusal, hinting fairly firmly at a duel. The letter was so composed that if the officer had had the slightest understanding of the beautiful and the lofty, he would certainly have come running to me to throw himself on my neck and offer me his friendship. And how good that would have been! What a life we would have had! What a life! He would have protected me with his standing, and I would have ennobled him with my development. Well, and with ideas, and a great deal else might have come of it! Imagine, 2 years had already passed since he had offended me, and my challenge was the most monstrous anachronism, for all the cleverness of my letter, which explained and covered up the anachronism. But, thank God, and to this day I thank the Almighty with tears, I did not send my letter. A chill runs over my skin when I think what might have come of it if I had. And, suddenly I took my revenge in the simplest and most brilliant way. The brightest of ideas suddenly dawned on me. Sometimes on holidays, I would go out along the Nevsky at about 3 in the afternoon and walk on the sunny side. That is, I did not walk there at all. I experienced countless torments, humiliations, and floods of bile. But that, no doubt, was exactly what I needed. I darted like an eel among the passers-by, in the most unseemly way, constantly giving way, now to generals, now to officers of the horse guards, and the hussars, now to ladies. At those moments, I felt convulsive pains in my heart and a heat in my back at the mere thought of the wretchedness of my clothes, of the wretchedness and vulgarity of my darting little figure. It was a torment of torments, an unbroken and unbearable humiliation from the thought, which turned into an unbroken and immediate sensation, that I was a fly before all this world, a vile, obscene fly, cleverer than all of them, more developed than all of them, nobler than all of them, that went without saying, but a fly that was constantly giving way to everyone, humiliated by all and insulted by all. Why I heaped this torment on myself, why I went to the Nevsky, I do not know. But I was simply drawn there at every opportunity. Even then, I was beginning to feel those surges of enjoyment I have already spoken of in the first chapter. And after the business with the officer, I was drawn there more strongly still. It was on the Nevsky that I met him most often, and it was there that I admired him. He too went there mostly on holidays. Though he too turned aside from the path, before generals and persons of standing, and wriggled among them like an eel, men like our sort, or even a cut above our sort, he simply crushed. He walked straight at them, as though there were empty space in front of him, and on no account gave way. I revelled in my spite as I looked at him, and every time I turned aside before him in bitterness. It tormented me that even in the street I could not be on an equal footing with him. Why is it always you who steps aside first? I badgered myself, in a furious hysteria, waking sometimes at 3 in the morning. Why you and not him? There is no law for it. Is there? It is not written down anywhere. Let it be equal, then, as it usually is when delicate people meet. He gives way half, and you give way half, and you pass each other with mutual respect. But it was not so, and it was still I who stepped aside, and he did not even notice that I was giving way to him. And then the most astonishing idea suddenly dawned on me. What, I thought, what if I meet him and do not step aside? Deliberately do not step aside, even if it comes to knocking into him. Well, how would that be? This bold idea took hold of me little by little, until it gave me no peace. I dreamed about it constantly, terribly, and I went to the Nevsky more often on purpose, so as to picture more clearly how I would do it when I did it. I was in raptures. More and more the intention seemed to me both probable and possible. Of course not knock into him outright, I thought, already growing kinder with joy in advance, but just simply not step aside, bump against him, not so as to hurt, but shoulder to shoulder, exactly as much as decency allows, so that he knocks me exactly as much as I knock him. At last I made up my mind completely. But the preparations took a great deal of time. The first thing was that when carrying it out, I needed to look more respectable, and to see to my clothes. Just in case, if for instance a public scene should develop, and the public there is superfine, the Countess walks there, Prince D walks there, the whole of literature walks there, one needs to be well dressed. It impresses, and it puts us in a certain way directly on an equal footing in the eyes of high society. With this aim I asked for my salary in advance and bought black gloves and a decent hat at Churkin's. Black gloves seemed to me both more solid and more in good taste than the lemon-colored ones I had first designs on. The color is too sharp, too much as if a man wants to show himself off, and I did not take the lemon ones. A good shirt with white bone studs, I had prepared long before. But my overcoat held everything up. In itself, my overcoat was not at all bad, and it kept me warm. But it was wadded, and the collar was raccoon, which was the height of flunkeyism. The collar had to be changed at all costs, and a beaver one got, like the officers wore. For this I began going round the Gostiny Duvor, and after several attempts, I settled on a cheap German beaver. These German beavers wear out very quickly and take on the most wretched appearance. But at first, when new, they look really quite respectable, and I only needed it for one occasion. I asked the price. It was still expensive. After thorough consideration, I resolved to sell my raccoon collar. The sum still missing, which was very considerable for me, I resolved to ask as a loan from Anton Antonich Sedachkin, my head of section. A humble man, but a serious and positive one, who never lent money to anybody, but to whom I had once been particularly recommended, on entering the service, by the important person who had got me the post. I suffered horribly. To ask Anton Antonich for money seemed to me monstrous and shameful. I did not sleep for 2 or 3 nights. And in general, I slept little at that time. I was in a fever. My heart would somehow sink dimly, or suddenly begin to leap, and leap, and leap. Anton Antonich was surprised at first, then frowned, then thought it over, and lent me the money after all, taking from me a receipt, giving him the right to recover the sum, lent out of my salary in 2 weeks. In this way everything was ready at last. The handsome beaver reigned in the place of the loathsome raccoon, and I began to set about the business bit by bit. It would not do to decide the whole thing at one go, at random. The affair had to be handled with skill, that is, bit by bit. But I confess that after repeated attempts, I even began to despair. We simply could not knock into each other, and that was that. Did I not prepare? Did I not intend? It seemed we were just about to collide, and I would look, and there I was giving way again, and he had gone past without noticing me. I even said prayers as I approached him, that God would put resolve into me. One time I had quite made up my mind, but it ended with my only getting under his feet, because at the very last moment, at a distance of some 2 vershock, my courage failed. He walked over me quite calmly, and I flew aside like a ball. That night I was ill, and feverish again, and delirious. And then suddenly everything ended in the best possible way. The night before, I had finally decided not to carry out my ruinous intention, and to let it all go. And with this aim, I went out onto the Nevsky one last time, just to have a look and see how I would let it all go. Suddenly, 3 paces from my enemy, I unexpectedly made up my mind, screwed up my eyes, and we knocked hard, shoulder against shoulder. I did not yield an inch, and I walked past on a completely equal footing. He did not even look round, and pretended not to have noticed. But he was only pretending, I am sure of that. To this day I am sure of it! Of course I got the worst of it. He was stronger, But that was not the point. The point was that I had reached my goal, upheld my dignity, not given way by a single step, and publicly placed myself on an equal social footing with him. I came home completely avenged for everything. I was in raptures. I was triumphant, and I sang Italian arias. Of course, I will not describe to you what happened to me 3 days later. If you have read my first chapter, The Underground, you can guess for yourselves. The officer was later transferred somewhere. It is 14 years now since I have seen him. What is he up to now, the dear fellow? Whom is he crushing? Chapter 2. But the stretch of my shabby debauchery would come to an end, and I would begin to feel horribly sick. Repentance would set in, and I would drive it away, because it made me too sick. Little by little, however, I got used to this too. I got used to everything. That is, not exactly used to it, but I somehow voluntarily agreed to bear it. But I had a way out that reconciled everything, and that was to escape into everything beautiful and lofty, in dreams, of course. I dreamed terribly. I dreamed for 3 months on end, buried in my corner, and believe me, at those moments I did not resemble that gentleman who, in the confusion of his chicken heart, was sewing German beaver onto the collar of his overcoat. I would suddenly become a hero. I would not even have let my 6-foot lieutenant in to pay me a visit then. I could not even picture him to myself at such moments. What my dreams were, and how I could be satisfied with them, is hard to say now. But at the time I was satisfied with them. In fact, I am still partly satisfied with them now. The dreams came to me especially sweetly and strongly after a bout of debauchery. They came with repentance and tears, with curses and raptures. There were moments of such positive intoxication, of such happiness, that I did not feel the slightest mockery inside me. Upon my word, there was faith, hope, love. That is the thing. I blindly believed, then, that by some miracle, by some external circumstance, all this would suddenly open out and widen. That suddenly there would appear a horizon of fitting activity, beneficent, beautiful, and above all completely ready-made. What activity exactly I never knew. But the main thing was that it should be completely ready-made, and that I would suddenly step out into God's world, all but on a white horse and wearing a laurel wreath. A secondary role I could not even understand. And that is precisely why, in reality, I very calmly occupied the last one. Either a hero or filth. There was no middle ground. That is what ruined me. Because when I was in the filth, I comforted myself with the thought that at other times I was a hero, and the hero covered up the filth. An ordinary man, I told myself, ought to be ashamed to dirty himself, but a hero is too lofty to be completely dirtied, and therefore he may dirty himself. It is remarkable that these surges of everything beautiful and lofty came to me during the debauchery as well, and precisely when I was already at the very bottom. They came like that, in separate little flashes, as though reminding me of themselves, and yet they did not destroy the debauchery by their appearance. On the contrary, they seemed to enliven it by contrast, and they came in exactly the quantity needed for a good sauce. The sauce here consisted of contradiction and suffering, of a tormenting inner analysis, and all these torments and little torments gave a certain piquancy, even a meaning, to my debauchery. In a word, they fully performed the office of a good sauce. There was even a certain depth in all of it. And could I really have agreed to a simple, vulgar, direct clerk's little debauchery, and borne all that filth upon myself? What could have charmed me in it then, and lured me out into the street at night? No, sir. I had a noble loophole for everything. But how much love, Lord, how much love I used to live through in those dreams of mine, in those escapes into everything beautiful and lofty. It was a fantastic love. It was never in practice applied to anything human. But there was so much of it, this love, that afterwards, in practice, I did not even feel the need to apply it. That would have been a superfluous luxury. Everything, however, always ended most happily in a lazy and intoxicating transition to art. That is, to beautiful forms of existence, completely ready-made, thoroughly stolen from the poets and the novelists, and adapted to every possible service and demand. I triumph over everyone. For example, everyone, naturally, is in the dust and compelled to acknowledge all my perfections of their own free will, and I forgive them all. I fall in love, being a famous poet and a court chamberlain. I receive countless millions and immediately sacrifice them for the human race, and then I confess before all the people my own disgraces, which are of course not simply disgraces, but contain a very great deal of the beautiful and the lofty, something Manfred-like. Everyone weeps and kisses me, otherwise what blockheads they would be, and I go off barefoot and hungry to preach new ideas, and I smash the reactionaries at Austerlitz. Then a march is played, an amnesty is granted, the Pope agrees to leave Rome for Brazil. Then a ball for the whole of Italy, at the Villa Borghese on the shore of Lake Como, since Lake Como is moved to Rome, specially for the occasion. Then a scene in the bushes, and so on, and so on. As if you did not know. You will say that it is vulgar and base to bring all this out to market now. After so many raptures and tears, which I have confessed to myself. But why is it base, sir? Do you really think I am ashamed of all this, and that it was any stupider than anything at all in your own lives, gentlemen? And besides, believe me, some of it was put together not badly at all. Not everything took place on Lake Como, but then you are right. It really is both vulgar and base. And the basest thing of all is that I have now begun to justify myself before you. And baser still is that I am making this remark now. But enough of that, or there will be no end to it. Each thing will be baser than the last. I was never in any condition to dream for more than 3 months on end. And I would begin to feel an irresistible need to plunge into society. To plunge into society meant, for me, to go and visit my head of section, Anton Antonik Satochkin. He was the only permanent acquaintance I had in my whole life. And I am amazed at this circumstance myself now. But I went to see even him only when such a stretch had set in, and my dreams had reached such a pitch of happiness that I absolutely had to embrace people and the whole of humanity immediately. And for this I had to have at least one human being available who actually existed. One had to call on Anton Antonik on Tuesdays, that being his day. So the need to embrace the whole of humanity always had to be timed for a Tuesday. This Anton Antonik lodged at the Five Corners, on the 4th floor, in 4 little rooms, low-ceilinged, and each smaller than the last, with the most economical and yellowish look about them. He had 2 daughters and their aunt, who poured the tea. The daughters, one of them 13 and the other 14, both had snub noses, and I was terribly embarrassed by them, because they kept whispering to each other and giggling. The host usually sat in his study, on a leather sofa in front of the table, together with some gray-haired guest, an official from our department, or even from another. I never saw more than 2 or 3 guests there, and always the same ones. They talked about the excise, about tenders in the Senate, about salaries, about promotions, about His Excellency, about the means of making oneself agreeable, and so on and so on. I had the patience to sit beside these people, like a fool, for 4 hours at a time, and listen to them, not daring and not knowing how to start a conversation with them about anything. I would grow stupid. I would break into a sweat several times over. Paralysis hovered over me. But it was good and useful. Returning home, I would put off for a while my desire to embrace the whole of humanity. I did have, however, what seemed to be one other acquaintance, Simonov, a former schoolfellow of mine. I had a fair number of schoolfellows in Petersburg, but I did not associate with them and had even stopped bowing to them in the street. I may even have transferred to another department in the service in order not to be with them, and to cut myself off at one stroke from the whole of my hateful childhood. A curse on that school, on those terrible years of penal servitude! In a word, I parted from my schoolfellows the moment I came out into freedom. 2 or 3 people remained, whom I still greeted when we met. Among them was Simonov, who had not distinguished himself in any way at our school, being even tempered and quiet, but in whom I had noticed a certain independence of character and even honesty. I do not even think he was particularly limited. I had once had some fairly bright moments with him, but they did not last long and somehow suddenly clouded over. He was evidently burdened by these memories and seemed always afraid that I would fall back into my old tone. I suspected that I was very repugnant to him, but I still went to see him, not being quite sure of it. And so, one day, on a Thursday, unable to bear my solitude, and knowing that on Thursdays, Anton Antonique's door was shut, I remembered Simonov. Climbing up to his 4th floor, I was thinking precisely that this gentleman was burdened by me, and that I was going there for nothing. But since it always ended with such considerations spurring me on, as if on purpose, to push my way into an ambiguous position, all the more I went in. It was almost a year since I had last seen Simonov. Chapter 3. I found 2 more of my schoolfellows at his place. They were apparently discussing some important matter. Not one of them paid the slightest attention to my arrival, which was even strange, since I had not seen them for years. Evidently, they considered me something in the nature of a very ordinary fly. I had not been treated like that even at school, though everybody there hated me. Of course, I understood that they must despise me now for the failure of my career in the service, and because I had let myself go so badly, went about in bad clothes, and so on, all of which in their eyes was the signboard of my incapacity and my small significance. But even so, I had not expected such a degree of contempt. Simonov was even surprised at my coming. He had always seemed surprised at my coming before as well. All this took me aback. I sat down in a certain misery and began to listen to what they were discussing. They were talking seriously, and even heatedly, about a farewell dinner which these gentlemen wanted to arrange together the very next day for their comrade Zverkov, an officer who was going away to a distant province. Monsieur Zverkov had been a schoolfellow of mine all along. I had begun to hate him, particularly from the upper forms. In the lower forms, he was only a pretty, lively boy whom everybody liked. I hated him in the lower forms too, however, and precisely because he was a pretty and lively boy. He was always a poor student, and the further it went the worse it got. But he left the school successfully because he had patronage. In his last year at our school, he came into an inheritance, 200 souls, and since almost all of us were poor, he even began to swagger in front of us. He was a vulgarian in the highest degree, but a good fellow all the same, even when he was swaggering. With us, in spite of the outward, fantastic and high-flown forms of honor and dignity, everybody except a very few positively fawned on Zverkov, the more he swaggered. And they fawned not for any advantage, but simply because he was a man favored with the gifts of nature, besides which it had somehow become accepted among us to consider Zverkov a specialist in the matter of address and good manners. The last of these enraged me particularly. I hated the sharp, self-assured sound of his voice, his adoration of his own witticisms, which came out terribly stupid, though he had a bold tongue. I hated his handsome but stupid little face, for which, however, I would gladly have exchanged my clever one, and the free and easy officer's manners of the 40s. I hated the way he talked about his future successes with women. He did not venture to begin with women before he had his officers' epaulettes, and he waited for them impatiently, and about how he would be forever going out to fight duels. I remember how I, always silent, suddenly locked horns with Zverkov one day. He was talking in his free time with his comrades about his future amusements with women, and playing about at last like a young puppy in the sun. He suddenly announced that he would not leave a single village girl on his estate without attention, that this was the droit de seigneur, and that if the peasants dared to protest, he would have them all flogged and would double the quitrent on the bearded rascals. Our louts applauded, but I locked horns with him, and not at all out of pity for the girls and their fathers, but simply because such an insect was being applauded like that. I got the better of him then, but Zverkov, though he was stupid, was cheerful and impudent, and so he laughed it off, and in such a way that, to tell the truth, I did not entirely get the better of him. The laughter stayed on his side. Afterwards he got the better of me several more times, but without malice, somehow lightly, in passing, laughing. I did not answer him, out of spite and contempt. When we left school, he made a move towards me. I did not resist very much, because it flattered me, but we soon and naturally drifted apart. Later I heard about his barrack room successes as a lieutenant, about his carousing. Then other rumors came about how he was getting on in the service. He no longer bowed to me in the street, and I suspected that he was afraid of compromising himself by exchanging bows with such an insignificant person as me. I saw him once at the theater too, in the third tier, already wearing aiguillettes. He was fawning and bending before the daughters of some ancient general. In 3 years he had gone off a good deal, though he was still fairly handsome and adroit. He had somehow grown puffy and started to run to fat. It was clear that by 30 he would be thoroughly bloated. And it was for this Zverkov, who was leaving at last, that our comrades wanted to give a dinner. They had kept up with him constantly for the whole 3 years. Though inwardly they did not consider themselves on an equal footing with him, of that I am sure. Of Simonov's 2 guests, one was Furfichkin, one of the Russian Germans, small in height, with the face of a monkey, a fool who mocked everybody. My bitterest enemy ever since the lower forms, base, impudent, a little swaggerer, who played at the most ticklish sort of ambition, though of course a little coward at heart. He was one of those admirers of Zverkov, who made up to him, with an eye to their own advantage, and often borrowed money from him. The other of Simonov's guests, Trudolyubov, was an unremarkable person, a military fellow, tall, with a cold physiognomy, fairly honest, but bowing down before every success and capable of talking about nothing but promotions. He was some sort of distant relation of Zverkov's, and this stupid as it sounds, gave him a certain significance among us. He always considered me as nothing. He treated me not altogether politely, but tolerably. "Well, if it is 7 rubles each," said Trudolyubov. "There are 3 of us, 21 rubles. We can dine well. Zverkov, of course, does not pay. Obviously not, since we are the ones inviting him," decided Semenov. "Do you really imagine?" Ferfitkin cut in arrogantly and hotly, like an insolent footman boasting about his master the general's decorations. "Do you really imagine that Zverkov will let us pay by ourselves? He will accept out of delicacy, but he will stand half a dozen bottles of his own." "Well, what use is half a dozen to the 4 of us?" remarked Trudolyubov, who had noticed nothing but the half dozen. "So, 3 of us, 4 with Zverkov, 21 rubles, at the Hotel de Paris, tomorrow at 5 o'clock, concluded Simonov finally, having been chosen to make the arrangements. "How do you mean, 21? I said in a certain agitation, apparently even offended. "If you count me in, it will not be 21, but 28 rubles. It seemed to me that, to offer myself, so suddenly and unexpectedly, would be a very fine thing indeed, and that they would all be conquered at one stroke, and would look at me with respect. Do you want to come too?" Simonov remarked with displeasure, somehow avoiding looking at me. He knew me by heart. It infuriated me that he knew me by heart. And why not, sir? I am a comrade too, I believe, and I confess I am even offended at having been passed over. I began to seethe again. And where were we to look for you? Ferfitkin cut in rudely. You were always on bad terms with Zverkov, added Trudolyubov, frowning. But I had got hold of it now, and would not let go. It seems to me that nobody has the right to judge about that, I objected, with a tremor in my voice, as though God knows what had happened. Perhaps that is precisely why I want to come now, because I was on bad terms with him before. Well, who can understand you? These lofty feelings of yours, Trudolyubov smirked. You will be put down, decided Simonov, turning to me. Tomorrow at 5 o'clock, at the Hotel de Paris. Do not make a mistake. The money, though. Ferfitkin began in an undertone, nodding at me for Simonov's benefit, but he broke off, because even Simonov was embarrassed. Enough, said Trudolyubov, getting up. If he wants to so badly, let him come. But we have our own circle here, a friendly one. Ferfitkin said crossly, also reaching for his hat. This is not an official gathering. Perhaps we do not want you at all. They left. Ferfitkin did not bow to me at all as he went out, and Trudolyubov barely nodded, without looking. Simonov, with whom I was left face to face, was in a kind of vexed perplexity and looked at me strangely. He did not sit down and did not invite me to. Yes. Tomorrow, then. Will you hand over the money now? I only ask so as to know for certain, he muttered in embarrassment. I flared up. But as I flared up, I remembered that from time immemorial I had owed Simonov 15 rubles, which, however, I had never forgotten. though I had never paid it back either. You will agree yourself, Simonov, that I could not have known when I came in here, and I am very vexed that I forgot. All right, all right. It does not matter. You can settle up tomorrow at dinner. I only asked so as to know. Please do not. He broke off and began pacing about the room in still greater vexation. As he paced, he began coming down on his heels and stamping harder. Am I keeping you? I asked after 2 minutes of silence. Oh no, he started suddenly. That is, to tell the truth, yes. You see, I still have to call in somewhere. It is not far from here, he added in a kind of apologetic voice, and partly ashamed. Ah, good heavens! Why did you not say so? I cried, snatching up my cap, with a remarkably free and easy air that had flown in from God knows where. It really is not far. It is 2 steps from here, Simonov repeated, seeing me to the hall with a fussy air that did not suit him at all. So, tomorrow at 5 o'clock sharp! He called after me on the stairs. He was very pleased indeed that I was leaving. But I was in a fury. What made me blurt it out? I said, grinding my teeth as I walked along the street. And for a scoundrel like that, a little pig like Zverkov! Of course I must not go. Of course I should spit on it. Am I bound to them in some way? Tomorrow I will let Simonov know by the town post. But what enraged me was precisely that I knew for certain I would go, that I would go on purpose. And the more tactless it was for me to go, the more improper, the sooner I would go. And there was even a positive obstacle to going. I had no money. Altogether, I had 9 rubles lying by. But out of that, 7 had to be handed over the very next day as a month's wages to Apollon, my servant, who lived with me for 7 rubles and found his own food. Not to pay him was impossible, judging by Apollon's character. But about that rascal, about that plague of mine, I will speak some other time. Even so, I knew that I would not pay him after all, and that I would certainly go. That night I dreamed the most hideous dreams. No wonder. All evening I had been weighed down by memories of the years of penal servitude that were my school life, and I could not shake them off. I was thrust into that school by distant relations on whom I was dependent, and of whom I have had no notion since. They thrust me in, an orphan, already crushed by their reproaches, already brooding, silent, and looking about at everything wildly. My comrades met me with spiteful and pitiless mockery, because I was not like any of them. But I could not endure mockery. I could not get along with people as cheaply as they got along with each other. I hated them at once, and shut myself away from everybody in a fearful, wounded and excessive pride. Their coarseness outraged me. They laughed cynically at my face, at my clumsy figure. And yet what stupid faces they had themselves! At our school, the expressions of the faces somehow grew especially stupid and degenerated. How many handsome children came to us? Within a few years it became repulsive even to look at them. Even at 16, I wondered at them gloomily. Even then, I was astonished by the pettiness of their thinking, by the stupidity of their occupations, their games, their conversations. They did not understand such necessary things. They took no interest in such striking, impressive subjects, that in spite of myself, I began to consider them beneath me. It was not wounded vanity that drove me to it, and for God's sake, do not come at me with the stock objections that make one sick that I only dreamed, while they already understood real life. They understood nothing, no real life whatever, and I swear that this was what outraged me about them most of all. On the contrary, they took the most obvious, glaring reality in a fantastically stupid way. And even then they were used to worshipping nothing but success. Everything that was just, but humiliated and downtrodden, they laughed at hard-heartedly and shamefully. Rank they took for intelligence. At 16, they were already talking about cushy little jobs. Of course, a great deal of this came from stupidity, from the bad example that surrounded their childhood and their boyhood. They were depraved to the point of monstrosity. Of course, here too there was more show, more affected cynicism. Of course, youth and a certain freshness flashed in them, even from behind the depravity. But even the freshness was unattractive in them, and showed itself in a kind of loudishness. I hated them terribly, though perhaps I was worse than they were. They paid me back in the same coin, and did not hide their loathing of me. But I no longer wanted their love. On the contrary, I constantly thirsted for their humiliation. To rid myself of their mockery, I deliberately began to study, as well as I possibly could, and pushed my way through to the very top. That impressed them. Besides which, they all gradually began to understand that I had already read books they could not read, and understood things, not part of our special course, that they had never even heard of. They looked at this wildly and mockingly, but morally they submitted, all the more so, because even the teachers paid attention to me on this account. The mockery stopped, but the hostility remained, and cold, strained relations set in. Towards the end I could not hold out myself. With the years the need for people, for friends, developed in me. I tried to grow closer to some of them. But this closeness always came out unnaturally and ended of its own accord. I did have a friend once, but I was already a despot at heart. I wanted to rule over his soul without limit. I wanted to instill in him a contempt for the world around him. I demanded of him an arrogant and final break with that world. I frightened him with my passionate friendship. I drove him to tears, to convulsions. He was a knave and giving soul. But when he had given himself to me completely, I immediately began to hate him and pushed him away, as though I had needed him only to gain a victory over him, only for his submission. But I could not conquer them all. My friend was not like any of them either, and was the rarest of exceptions. My first act on leaving school was to give up the special service for which I had been intended, so as to break all the threads, curse the past, and scatter its dust behind me. And the devil knows why, after all that, I dragged myself off to this Simonov! In the morning I sprang out of bed early, jumping up in agitation, as though everything were about to begin happening at once. But I believed that some radical turning point in my life was coming, and would certainly come, that very day. Perhaps because I was unused to it, but all my life, at every external event, even the smallest, it always seemed to me that some radical turning point in my life was about to come. I went to the office as usual, but slipped off home 2 hours early to get ready. The main thing, I thought, is not to arrive first, or they will think I was overjoyed at the invitation. But there were thousands of such main things, and they all agitated me to the point of helplessness. With my own hands, I cleaned my boots once again. Apollon would not have cleaned them twice in one day for anything in the world, considering it improper. So I cleaned them myself, having stolen the brushes from the hall, so that he would not somehow notice and start despising me for it. Then I examined my clothes in detail and found that everything was old, worn out, shabby. I had let myself go too far. My office uniform was passable, but one does not go out to dinner in an office uniform. And the main thing was that there was an enormous yellow stain on the trousers, right on the knee. I had a presentiment that this stain alone would take away 9/10 of my dignity. I knew, too, that it was very low to think that way. But this is no time for thinking, I thought. Now reality is coming on. And my heart sank. I knew perfectly well, even then, that I was monstrously exaggerating all these facts. But what was I to do? I could no longer control myself, and I was shaking with fever. In despair I pictured how loftily and coldly that scoundrel Zverkov would greet me. With what dull, utterly unshakable contempt that blockhead Trudolyubov would look at me. How nastily and impudently that insect Furfitkin would snigger at my expense in order to curry favor with Zverkov. How perfectly Simonov would understand all of it to himself, and how he would despise me for the lowness of my vanity and my faint-heartedness. And, above all, how wretched all of it would be, how unliterary, how ordinary. Of course, the best thing of all would be not to go. But that was the most impossible thing of all. Once I began to be drawn to something, I was drawn in completely, head and all. I would have taunted myself with it for the rest of my life. So you turned coward. You turned coward before reality? You turned coward! On the contrary, I passionately wanted to prove to all that rabble that I was not at all the coward I imagined myself to be. And more than that, in the very worst paroxysm of my cowardly fever, I dreamed of getting the upper hand, of conquering them, of carrying them away, of making them love me. Well, if only for the loftiness of my thoughts and my undoubted wit. They would abandon Zverkov. He would sit to one side silent and ashamed, and I would crush Zverkov. Afterwards, perhaps, I would make it up with him and drink to our friendship. But what was most bitter and most insulting to me was that even then I knew fully and for certain, that in essence I needed none of this. That in essence I did not want to crush them, or subdue them, or attract them, and that for the whole result, even if I had achieved it, I myself would not have given a farthing. Oh, how I prayed to God that the day would pass more quickly! In inexpressible misery, I went to the window, opened the little pane, and peered out into the murky gloom of the thickly falling wet snow. At last, my wretched little wall clock wheezed out 5. I snatched up my cap and, trying not to look at Apollon, who since morning had been waiting for me to hand over his wages, but out of pride did not want to be the first to speak, I slipped past him out of the door, and in a cab, which I hired on purpose with my last 50 kopecks, I drove up to the Hôtel de Paris like a lord. Chapter 4. I had known the evening before that I would arrive first. But it was no longer a question of who came first. Not only was none of them there, but I could barely even find our room. The table was not yet fully laid. What did it mean? After many inquiries, I finally got it out of the waiters that the dinner had been ordered for 6 o'clock and not for 5. This was confirmed at the buffet as well. I even felt ashamed to go on asking. It was still only 25 minutes past 5. If they had changed the hour, they ought at any rate to have let me know. That is what the town post is for. They should not have exposed me to disgrace, both in my own eyes and, well, and even in the eyes of the waiters. I sat down. The waiter began laying the table, and with him, there it somehow felt still more insulting. Towards 6 o'clock candles were brought into the room, on top of the lamps that were already burning. It had not occurred to the waiter to bring them in the moment I arrived. In the next room, 2 gloomy customers were dining at separate tables, angry-looking and silent. In one of the further rooms it was very noisy. There was even shouting. One could hear the roar of a whole crowd of people, and some nasty French shrieking. It was a dinner with ladies. In a word, it was thoroughly sickening. Rarely have I spent a nastier stretch of time, so that when they all appeared at once, exactly at 6 o'clock, for the first moment, I was glad to see them, as though they were liberators, and I almost forgot that I was obliged to look offended. Of Zverkov came in ahead of all of them, evidently leading. He and all of them were laughing. But on seeing me, Zverkov drew himself up, came over unhurriedly, bending slightly at the waist as though flirting, and gave me his hand, affably, but not very. With a kind of careful, almost generalissimo politeness, as though in giving me his hand, he were guarding himself against something. I had imagined, on the contrary, that the moment he came in he would burst into his old laugh, thin and shrieking. and that from his first words the flat jokes and witticisms would begin. I had been preparing for those since the evening before, but I had never expected such condescension, such Excellency's graciousness. So he now considered himself immeasurably above me in every respect. If he only wanted to insult me with this air of a general, it would not matter so much, I thought. I would spit it off somehow. But what if, in all seriousness, with no wish to insult me at all? The little idea had seriously crept into his sheep's skull that he was immeasurably above me and could look at me only with patronage. At that supposition alone, I began to choke. I learned of your wish to join us with surprise, he began, lisping and drawling his words, which he had never done before. We somehow never seemed to meet. You fight shy of us. You should not. We are not as terrible as you think. Well, sir, in any case, I am glad to renew our acquaintance. And he turned carelessly away to put his hat on the windowsill. Have you been waiting long? Asked Trudolyubov. I arrived at exactly 5 o'clock, as I was told yesterday. I answered loudly and with an irritation that promised an imminent explosion. Did you not let him know we had changed the hour? Trudolyubov turned to Simonov. I did not. I forgot, the latter answered, without any repentance, and, without even apologizing to me, went off to see about the hors d'oeuvres. So you have been here an hour. Ah! Poor fellow! Cried Zverkov mockingly, because in his understanding this really must have been terribly funny. After him came the base little ringing laugh of that scoundrel Furfitkin, like a lapdog's. My position seemed very funny and awkward to him, too. There is nothing funny about it at all, I shouted at Furfitkin, growing more and more irritated. It is other people who are at fault, not me. They neglected to let me know. It is simply absurd. Not only absurd, but something else besides, muttered Trudolyubov, naively taking my side. You are being too mild about it. It is simply rudeness. Not intentional, of course. And how could Simonov? If anyone had played a trick like that on me, remarked Furfitkin, I would have. Well, you could have ordered yourself something, interrupted Zverkov, or simply asked for dinner without waiting. You will admit that I could have done that without anyone's permission? I snapped. If I waited, then. Let us sit down, gentlemen, cried Simonov, coming in. Everything is ready. I can answer for the champagne. It is beautifully iced. I did not know your address. Where was I to look for you? He turned to me suddenly, but again somehow without looking at me. Evidently, he had something against me. He must have thought things over after yesterday. Everyone sat down. I sat down too. The table was round. Trudolyubov ended up on my left, Simonov on my right. Zverkov sat opposite. Furfitkin was next to him, between him and Trudolyubov. Tell me, are you in a government department? Zverkov went on occupying himself with me. Seeing that I was embarrassed, he seriously imagined that I needed to be treated kindly, and so to speak, encouraged. Or does he want me to throw a bottle at him? I thought in a fury. Being unused to all this, I was growing irritated with an unnatural speed. In such and such an office, I answered abruptly, looking at my plate. And is it profitable for you? Do tell me, what induced you to leave your former post? What induced me was that I wanted to leave my former post, I drawled, 3 times longer than he had, by now barely in control of myself. Ferfitchkin snorted. Simonov looked at me ironically. Trudolyubov stopped eating and began examining me with curiosity. Zverkov winced, but chose not to notice. And what is your salary? What salary is that? I mean your pay.
Why are you examining me?
But I named my salary there, and then. I was blushing terribly. Not rich? Zverkov observed importantly. Indeed, sir.
One cannot dine in calf restaurants on that!
Ferfitchkin added insolently. To my mind, it is simply poor, Trudolyubov remarked seriously. And how thin you have grown. How you have changed since those days, added Zverkov, not without venom now, examining me and my clothes with a kind of insolent pity. Oh, stop embarrassing him, cried Ferfitchkin, sniggering. My dear sir, I would have you know that I am not embarrassed. I burst out at last.
Do you hear, sir?
I am dining here, in a calf restaurant, at my own expense, my own, not at anyone else's. Take note of that, Monsieur Ferfitchkin. What? And who here is dining at anyone else's expense? You seem to be. Ferfitchkin fastened on it, going red as a lobster, and staring me in the eyes in a frenzy. Quite so, I answered, feeling that I had gone too far. And I suggest that we would do better to occupy ourselves with more intelligent conversation. You intend, it seems, to display your intelligence. Do not trouble yourself. That would be completely superfluous here. What are you clucking about, my good sir? Have you gone out of your mind in that apartment of yours? Enough, gentlemen, enough! Shouted Zverkov with full authority. How stupid this is, muttered Simonov. It really is stupid. We have gathered here in friendly company to see a good friend off on his journey. And you are squabbling, said Trudolyubov, addressing me alone, and coarsely. You invited yourself along yesterday. Do not spoil the general harmony. Enough, enough, shouted Zverkov. Stop it, gentlemen, it will not do. Let me tell you instead how I nearly got married the day before yesterday. And there began some sort of lampoon about how this gentleman had nearly got married the day before yesterday. There was not a word about the marriage, however, but generals, colonels, and even gentlemen of the chamber kept flashing through the story, of with Zverkov nearly at the head of them. Approving laughter began. Ferfitchkin actually shrieked. Everyone abandoned me, and I sat there crushed and annihilated. Lord, is this my sort of company? I thought. And what a fool I have made of myself in front of them. I let Ferfitchkin get away with far too much, though. The oafs think they have done me an honor by giving me a place at their table, whereas they do not understand that it is I who am doing them the honor, and not they me. Ground thin,
My clothes! Oh, cursed trousers!
Zverkov noticed the yellow stain on my knee just now.
But what is the use?
Get up from the table this minute. This very minute. Take my hat and simply go, without saying a word.
Out of contempt!
And tomorrow, a duel if need be. Scoundrels. It is not as if I begrudge the 7 rubles. They may think.
Devil take it! I do not begrudge the 7 rubles! I am leaving this minute!
Of course I stayed. In my grief, I drank Lafite and sherry by the glass. Being unused to it, I got drunk quickly, and as the drunkenness grew, so did my vexation. I suddenly wanted to insult them all in the most impudent way, and only then to leave. To seize the moment and show myself, so that they would say, he may be ridiculous, but he is clever, and, in a word,
devil take them!
I looked round at them all insolently with my bleary eyes. But they seemed to have forgotten me altogether. They were noisy, loud, cheerful. Zverkov did all the talking. I began to listen. A Zverkov was telling a story about some magnificent lady, whom he had finally brought to a confession of love. And he lied like a horse, of course. And about how he had been particularly helped in the business by his intimate friend, some little prince, a hussar named Kolya, who had 3,000 souls. And yet this Kolya, who has 3,000 souls, is nowhere to be seen here to see you off. And yet this Kolya, who has 3,000 souls, is nowhere to be seen here to see you off. I suddenly cut into the conversation. For a moment everyone fell silent. You are drunk already. Trudolyubov finally condescended to notice me, squinting contemptuously in my direction. Zverkov examined me in silence, like an insect. I lowered my eyes. Simonov hurriedly began pouring the champagne. Trudolyubov raised his glass, and everyone else after him, except me.
Your health, and a good journey!
He cried to Zverkov. To the old years, gentlemen, to our
future, hurrah!
Everyone drank and pressed forward to kiss Zverkov. I did not move. The full glass stood in front of me untouched. Are you not going to drink then? Roared Trudolyubov, losing patience and turning on me menacingly. I want to make a speech of my own, separately, and then I will drink, Mr. Trudolyubov.
Spiteful brute,
muttered Simonov. I straightened up in my chair and took the glass in a fever, preparing myself for something extraordinary, and not yet knowing myself what exactly I was going to say.
Silence!
Shouted Furfitkin.
Now for a display of intelligence!
Under Zverkov waited very seriously, understanding what was coming. Lieutenant Zverkov, I began, I would have you know that I hate fine phrases, and men who make them, and tight waists. That is the first point, and the second will follow. There was a strong stir all round. Second point, I hate smut, and men who go in for smut, especially men who go in for smut. Third point, I love truth, sincerity, and honesty. I went on almost mechanically, because I was beginning to freeze with horror myself, not understanding how I was saying such things. I love thought, Monsieur Zverkov. I love genuine comradeship, on an equal footing, and not, I love. But then, why not? I will drink to your health too, Monsieur Zverkov. Charm the Circassian girls, shoot the enemies of the fatherland, and...
Your health, Monsieur Zverkov!
Zverkov rose from his chair, bowed to me, and said, I am very grateful to you. He was terribly offended, and had even gone pale. Devil take it, roared Trudolyubov, banging his fist on the table.
No, sir. For that a man gets a punch in the face!
Shrieked Furfitkin. He ought to be thrown out, muttered Simonov. Not a word, gentlemen.
Not a gesture!
Zverkov cried solemnly, stopping the general indignation. I thank you all, but I will manage to show him myself how much I value his words. Mr. Furfitkin, tomorrow you will give me satisfaction
for the words you have just spoken,
I said loudly, turning to Furfitkin with dignity. You mean a duel, sir? By all means, the other answered. But I must have looked so ridiculous issuing the challenge, and it must have suited my figure so badly that everyone, and Furfitkin after them, simply collapsed with laughter. Yes, of course, leave him alone! He is completely drunk, said Trudolyubov in disgust.
I shall never forgive myself for putting him down on the list,
muttered Simonov again. Now would be the moment to throw a bottle at the lot of them, I thought. I picked up a bottle and poured myself a full glass. No, better to sit it out to the end. I went on thinking. You would be delighted, gentlemen, if I left. Not for anything. I shall sit here on purpose and drink to the end, as a sign that I attach not the slightest importance to you. I shall sit and drink, because this is a tavern, and I paid my money to come in. I shall sit and drink, because I regard you as pawns that do not exist. I shall sit and drink and sing if I want to. Yes, sir, and sing, because I have the right to sing. But I did not sing. I only tried not to look at any of them. I struck the most independent attitudes and waited impatiently for them to speak to me first, of their own accord. But alas, they did not speak. And how I wished at that moment to make it up with them. 8 o'clock struck, then at last 9. They moved from the table to the sofa. Zverkov stretched himself out on the couch, putting one leg on a round table. The wine was carried over there too. He really did stand them 3 bottles of his own. Of course, he did not invite me. They all settled round him on the sofa. They listened to him almost with reverence. It was clear that they loved him. What for? What for? I thought to myself. From time to time they went into drunken raptures and kissed each other. They talked about the Caucasus, about what true passion is, about card games, about profitable posts in the service, about the income of Podkarzevsky the hussar, whom none of them knew personally, and they rejoiced that his income was so large. About the extraordinary beauty and grace of the Princess D, whom none of them had ever seen either. And finally, it came round to Shakespeare being immortal. I smiled contemptuously and walked up and down on the other side of the room. Directly opposite the sofa, along the wall, from the table to the stove, and back again. With all my strength, I wanted to show that I could get along without them. And meanwhile I deliberately stamped, coming down on my heels. But it was all in vain. They paid no attention at all. I had the patience to walk like that, right in front of them, from 8 o'clock until 11, always over the same ground. From the table to the stove, and from the stove back to the table. I am simply walking, and nobody can forbid me to. The waiter who came into the room stopped several times to look at me. My head was spinning from all the turning about. At moments it seemed to me that I was delirious. In those 3 hours I broke into a sweat 3 times and dried off again. At times a thought pierced my heart with the deepest, most poisonous pain. That 10 years would pass, 20 years, 40 years, and I would still, even after 40 years, remember with loathing and humiliation these filthiest, most ridiculous, and most terrible minutes of my whole life. It was no longer possible to humiliate oneself more shamelessly or more willingly, and I fully understood it. And yet I went on walking from the table to the stove and back. Oh, if you only knew what feelings and thoughts I am capable of, and how developed I am. I thought at moments, mentally addressing the sofa where my enemies sat. But my enemies behaved as though I were not in the room at all. Once, only once, they turned towards me, precisely when Zverkov started talking about Shakespeare, and I suddenly burst out laughing contemptuously. I gave such an artificial and nasty snort that they all broke off their conversation at once and watched me in silence for a minute or two, seriously, without laughing. As I walked along the wall from the table to the stove, paying no attention to them whatever. But nothing came of it. They did not speak, and 2 minutes later they abandoned me again. 11 o'clock struck. "Gentlemen," cried Zverkov, getting up from the sofa. Now everyone off to that place. Of course, the others said. I turned sharply to Zverkov. I was so tormented, so broken, that I would have cut my own throat to put an end to it. I had a fever. My hair, soaked with sweat, had dried onto my forehead and temples. "Zverkov, I ask your forgiveness," I said sharply and decisively. "Ferfitkin, yours too, everyone's. I have insulted you all."
Aha! So a duel is not quite your line?
Ferfitkin hissed venomously. It cut me painfully to the heart. "No, it is not the duel I am afraid of. Ferfitkin! I am ready to fight you tomorrow, after we have made it up. I even insist on it, and you cannot refuse me. I want to prove to you that I am not afraid of a duel. You shall fire first, and I shall fire into the air." "He is amusing himself," remarked Simonov.
"He has simply gone off his head,"
put in Trudolyubov. "Do let us pass. Why are you standing in the way?" "Well, what do you want?" Zverkov answered contemptuously. They were all red in the face. Their eyes were shining. They had drunk a great deal. "I ask for your friendship, Zverkov." "I insulted you." "Insulted? You me?" "No, my dear sir, that you can never insult me under any circumstances whatever. And that is enough from you.
Out of the way!
Trudolyubov confirmed. Let us go. Olympia is mine, gentlemen,
That is agreed.
cried Zverkov.
We do not dispute it. We do not dispute it.
They answered him, laughing. I stood there spat upon. The crowd went noisily out of the room. Trudolyubov struck up some stupid song. Simonov stayed behind for the tiniest moment to tip the waiters. I suddenly went up to him.
Simonov! Give me 6 rubles!
I said resolutely and desperately. He looked at me in extreme astonishment with a kind of dull eye. He was drunk too. Surely you are not coming there with us?
Yes! I have no money!
He snapped, smiled contemptuously, and started out of the room. I seized him by the overcoat. It was a nightmare.
Simonov!
I saw that you had money. Why do you refuse me? Am I a scoundrel? Take care how you refuse me. If you knew what I am asking it for. Everything depends on it, my whole future, all my plans. Simonov took out the money, and all but threw it at me. Take it?
If you are so shameless!
He said pitilessly, and ran off to catch up with them. I was left alone for a minute. Disorder, scraps of food, a broken wine glass on the floor, spilled wine, cigarette ends, drink and delirium in my head, a tormenting misery in my heart. And finally the waiter, who had seen everything and heard everything, and was looking curiously into my eyes.
There!
I cried. Either they will all be on their knees, embracing my legs and begging for my friendship, or I shall slap
Zverkov's face!
Chapter 5. So here it is at last, the collision with reality, I muttered, running headlong down the stairs. This is not the Pope leaving Rome for Brazil. This is not the ball on Lake Como. You are a scoundrel, flashed through my head, if you can laugh at that now.
Let it be so!
I cried, answering myself.
Everything is lost now anyway!
There was no trace of them left. But it made no difference. I knew where they had gone. At the porch stood a solitary cabman, a night driver in a coarse coat, all powdered with the wet and seemingly warm snow that was still falling. It was close and stifling. His shaggy little piebald horse was powdered all over too, and coughing. I remember that very well. I threw myself into the wooden sledge. But I had only just lifted my foot to get in, when the memory of Simonov handing me the 6 rubles cut my legs from under me, and I collapsed into the sledge like a sack.
No! A great deal has to be done to redeem all this!
I cried. But I will redeem it, or I will perish this very night on the spot.
Drive on!
We set off. A whole whirlwind was turning in my head. They will not go down on their knees to beg for my friendship. That is a mirage, a vulgar mirage, repulsive, romantic and fantastic, the same as the ball on Lake Como.
And so I must slap Zverkov's face!
I am obliged to. So it is settled. I am flying there now to slap his face.
Hurry up!
The cabman jerked the reins. The moment I go in I shall do it. Ought I to say a few words by way of a preface before the slap? No. I shall simply walk in and do it. They will all be sitting in the drawing room, and he will be on the sofa with Olympia.
Cursed Olympia!
She laughed at my face once and refused me. I shall drag Olympia by the hair and Zverkov by the ears. No, better by one ear, and I shall lead him round the whole room by that ear. Perhaps they will all start beating me and will throw me out. That is even certain. Let them. Still, I was the first to strike. Mine is the initiative, and by the laws of honor, that is everything. He is already branded, and no amount of beating can wash the slap off him. Only a duel. And he will have to fight. And let them beat me now.
Let them, the ignoble creatures!
Trudolyubov will beat me hardest. He is so strong. Furfitkin will fasten on from the side, and certainly by the hair. Certainly. But let them. That is what I came for. Their sheep's skulls will be forced to make out the tragic side of all this at last. When they drag me to the door, I shall shout to them that in essence they are not worth my little finger.
Drive on, cabman, drive on!
I shouted at the fellow. He actually started and cracked his whip. I had shouted much too wildly. We fight at dawn. That is settled. I am finished with the department. Furfitkin said l'apartment, just now instead of department. But where do I get pistols?
Nonsense!
I will take my salary in advance and buy them. And powder and bullets. That is the second's business. And how am I to get all that done by dawn? And where do I get a second? I have no acquaintances.
Nonsense!
I cried, whirling myself up still further.
Nonsense!
The first man I meet in the street, if I ask him, is obliged to be my second. Exactly as he is obliged to pull a drowning man out of the water. The most eccentric cases have to be allowed for. Why, if I asked the director himself to be my second tomorrow, even he would have to agree out of sheer chivalry and keep the secret? Anton Antonitch. The fact is that at that very same moment, the whole vile absurdity of my suppositions and the whole other side of the medal was presenting itself to me more clearly and vividly than it could to anyone else in the world. But, drive on, cabman, drive on, you rascal,
Drive on! Sir,
said the son of the soil. A chill suddenly came over me. Would it not be better to go straight home now?
Oh my God!
Why? Why did I invite myself to that dinner yesterday?
But no, impossible!
And what about the walk from the table to the stove for 3 hours? No, they and nobody else must settle with me for that walk.
They must wash away this dishonor! Drive on!
And what if they hand me over to the police?
They would not dare!
They would be afraid of a scandal. And what if Zverkov refuses the duel out of contempt? That is even certain. But then I will prove it to them. I will rush to the posting station tomorrow, when he is leaving, seize him by the leg, tear his overcoat off him as he climbs into the carriage. I will sink my teeth into his hand. I will bite him. Look, all of you, at what a desperate man can be driven to. Let him hit me on the head, and all of them from behind. I will shout to the whole crowd, "Look! Here is a young puppy going off to charm the Circassian girls with my spit on his face! Of course, after that, everything is over!" The department has vanished from the face of the earth. They will seize me. They will try me. They will drive me out of the service, put me in prison, send me to Siberia, to a settlement.
Never mind!
In 15 years, when they let me out of prison, I will drag myself after him in rags, a beggar. I will find him somewhere in a provincial town. He will be married and happy. He will have a grown-up daughter. I will say, "Look, monster, look at my sunken cheeks
And at my rags!
I have lost everything, my career, my happiness, art, learning, the woman I loved. And all because of you? Here are the pistols. I have come to discharge my pistol, and I forgive you. Then I will fire into the air, and nothing more will be heard of me." I was even on the point of tears, although I knew perfectly well, at that very moment, that all this was out of Silvio and out of Lermontov's masquerade. And suddenly I felt terribly ashamed, so ashamed that I stopped the horse, climbed out of the sledge, and stood in the snow in the middle of the street. The cabman looked at me in astonishment, sighing. What was I to do? I could not go there, it came out as nonsense. And I could not leave the matter alone, because then it would come out.
Lord! How could I leave it alone? And after such insults? No!
I exclaimed, throwing myself back into the sledge. It is ordained.
It is fate! Drive on! Drive on there!
And in my impatience, I struck the cabman on the neck with my fist. "What are you doing? Why are you hitting me?" cried the poor fellow, though he whipped up his nag, so that she began to kick out with her hind legs. The wet snow was falling in flakes. I threw my coat open. I had no thought for it. I forgot everything else, because I had finally resolved on the slap in the face, and I felt with horror that it was certainly going to happen now, this minute, and that no power on earth could stop it. The deserted street lamps flickered gloomily in the snowy murk, like torches at a funeral. Snow got in under my overcoat, under my frock coat, under my tie, and melted there. I did not cover myself. Everything was already lost anyway. At last we drove up. I jumped out almost senseless, ran up the steps, and began banging on the door with my hands and my feet. My legs, at the knees especially, were terribly weak. The door was opened somehow quickly, as though they had known of my coming. Simonov had in fact given notice that there might be one more. And here one had to give notice and generally take precautions. This was one of those fashionable establishments of the time, long since stamped out by the police. By day it really was a shop. And in the evenings, those with a recommendation could come and visit. I walked with quick steps through the dark shop into the drawing room I knew, where a single candle was burning, and I stopped in bewilderment. There was nobody there. Where are they? I asked somebody. But of course, they had already managed to go their separate ways. There stood before me one person, with a stupid smile, the mistress of the house herself, who knew me slightly. A minute later a door opened, and another person came in. Paying no attention to anything, I strode about the room, and I think I was talking to myself. It was as though I had been saved from death, and with my whole being I joyfully sensed it. Because I would have given him that slap, I certainly would have. But now they were gone, and everything had vanished. Everything had changed. I looked around. I still could not collect myself. Mechanically, I glanced at the girl who had come in. Before me flashed a fresh, young, somewhat pale face, with straight dark eyebrows and a serious, and as it were slightly surprised, expression. I liked it at once. I would have hated her if she had been smiling. I began to look more closely, and as if with an effort. My thoughts had not all come together yet. There was something simple-hearted and kind in that face, but somehow strangely serious. I am sure she lost by it here, and that not one of those fools had noticed her. She could not have been called a beauty, though she was tall, strong, and well-built. She was dressed extremely simply. Something vile bit at me. I went straight up to her. I happened to catch sight of myself in the mirror. My agitated face struck me as repulsive in the extreme pale, spiteful, base, with dishevelled hair. Let it be so. I am glad of it, I thought. I am glad precisely that I shall seem repulsive to her. I find that agreeable. Chapter 6. Somewhere behind a partition, as though under some great pressure, as though somebody were strangling it, a clock began to wheeze. After an unnaturally long wheezing there, followed a thin, nasty, and somehow unexpectedly rapid chiming, as though somebody had suddenly jumped forward. It struck, too. I came to myself, though I had not been asleep, only lying in a half-oblivion. The room, narrow, cramped, and low, blocked up by an enormous wardrobe, and littered with cardboard boxes, rags and clothing of every kind, was almost completely dark. The candle end that had been burning on the table at the end of the room was going out, flaring up faintly now and then. In a few minutes, there would be complete darkness. I did not take long to come round. Everything came back to me at once, without effort, immediately, as though it had been lying in wait for me to pounce again. And even in the oblivion there had always remained in my memory a kind of point that would not be forgotten, around which my drowsy dreams turned heavily. But it was strange. Everything that had happened to me that day seemed to me now, on waking, to have passed long ago, as though I had long since lived my way out of it all. My head was full of fumes. Something seemed to be hovering over me, touching me, rousing me, and disturbing me. Misery and bile were boiling up again and looking for a way out. Suddenly, beside me, I saw two open eyes examining me curiously and stubbornly. The look was coldly indifferent, sullen, as though it belonged to a complete stranger. It weighed on me. a sullen thought was born in my brain and passed through my whole body as a nasty sensation, like the one you have when you go into a cellar that is damp and musty. It was somehow unnatural that only now had these two eyes taken it into their head to begin examining me. I remembered too that for 2 hours I had not said one word to this creature, and had thought it completely unnecessary. In fact, for some reason, I had rather liked that earlier. Now there suddenly rose before me, vividly, the absurd, repulsive, spider-like idea of a lust which, without love, coarsely and shamelessly, begins straight off with the thing that real love is crowned by. We looked at each other like that for a long time, but she did not lower her eyes before mine, and did not change her look, so that in the end I somehow felt uneasy. "What is your name?" I asked abruptly, to get it over with quickly. "Liza," she answered almost in a whisper, but somehow quite unwelcomingly, and she looked away. I said nothing for a while. "The weather today, the snow, it is vile," I said, almost to myself, laying my arm behind my head in misery and looking at the ceiling. She did not answer. The whole thing was hideous. "Are you from here?" I asked a minute later, almost angrily, turning my head slightly towards her. "No." "Where from?" "From Riga," she said reluctantly. "German, Russian. Have you been here long?" "Where?" "In the house. 2 weeks." She was speaking more and more abruptly. The candle had gone out completely. I could no longer make out her face. "Have you a father and mother?" "Yes. No. Yes." "Where are they?" "There. In Riga." "What are they?" "Nothing in particular." "How do you mean, nothing in particular?" "What are they? Of what class?" "Townspeople." "Did you always live with them?" "Yes." "How old are you?" 20. "Then why did you leave them?" "No reason." That no reason meant leave me alone. I feel sick. We both fell silent. God knows why I did not leave. I was feeling sicker and more miserable myself. Images of the whole of the past day began passing through my memory of their own accord, disordered, without any will of mine. I suddenly remembered a scene I had seen in the street that morning, when I was trotting anxiously off to the office. They were carrying out a coffin today, and nearly dropped it. I suddenly said aloud, not at all wanting to start a conversation, but just so, almost by accident. "A coffin." "Yes, on the Haymarket. They were carrying it up out of a cellar." "Out of a cellar?" "Not out of a cellar, out of a basement floor. Well, you know, down below. Out of a bad house. There was such filth all round. Eggshells, rubbish. The smell, it was fall. Silence. A nasty day for a burial, I began again, only so as not to be silent. Why nasty? The snow, the wet. I yawned. "It makes no difference," she said suddenly, after a short silence. "No, it is vile." I yawned again. The gravediggers must have been swearing, because the snow was soaking them. And there must have been water in the grave. "Why water in the grave?" she asked with a kind of curiosity, but speaking still more coarsely and abruptly than before. Something suddenly began to egg me on. "Of course there is water. At the bottom, 6 vershok of it. That is nearly 10 inches. You cannot dig one dry grave at the Volkovo cemetery. Why not? What do you mean, why not? The place is waterlogged. There is marsh everywhere here. So they lower them straight into the water. I have seen it myself, many times. I had never seen it once, and I had never been to the Volkovo cemetery. I had only heard people tell of it. Does it really make no difference to you? Dying. And why should I die? She answered, as though defending herself. You will die some day, and you will die in just the same way as that dead woman today. She was a girl too. She died of consumption. A wench would have died in hospital. She knows about that already, I thought. And she said wench, not girl. She owed money to her mistress. I objected, more and more egged on by the argument. And she went on working for her, almost to the very end, though she had consumption. Cabmen standing round were talking about it with some soldiers. They must have known her before. They were laughing. They were even planning to drink to her memory at the tavern. Here, too, I lied a great deal. Silence, a deep silence. She did not even stir. And is it any better to die in hospital then? Is it not all the same? And why should I die? She added irritably. Not now, but later. Well, later then. Not so fast! Now you are young, good-looking, fresh. And that is what they price you at. But after a year of this life, you will not be the same. You will fade. After a year. At any rate, after a year, you will be worth less. I went on with malicious pleasure. And you will move on from here to somewhere lower, to another house. Another year, and you will be in a third house, lower and lower, and in 7 years or so you will end up in the basement on the Haymarket. And that would still be all right. The real trouble is if you should also come down with some illness, some weakness of the chest, or catch a chill, or something of the kind. In a life like this, an illness does not clear up easily. Once it fastens on you, it may never let go. And so you will die. Well, then I shall die, she answered, now quite spitefully, and stirred quickly. But it is a pity. Who is a pity? It is a pity about the life. Silence. Did you have a young man? Well, what is that to you? I am not cross-examining you. What is it to me? Why are you angry? Of course you may have had your own troubles. What is it to me? I am simply sorry. For whom? Sorry for you. There is no need, she whispered, barely audibly, and stirred again. That immediately made me angry. What? There I was, being gentle with her, and she. Well, what do you think? You are on a good road, are you? I do not think anything. That is exactly what is bad, that you do not think. Wake up while there is time, and there is still time. You are still young, you are good-looking. You could love, get married, be happy. Not all married women are happy, she snapped, in her old coarse and rapid way. Not all, of course, but it is still far better than here. Beyond comparison better. And with love you can live even without happiness. Life is good even in sorrow. It is good to be alive in the world. however you live. And here, what is there, apart from the stench? Ah! I turned away in disgust. I was no longer reasoning coldly. I was beginning to feel what I was saying myself, and I was growing heated. By now I was thirsting to set out my own cherished little ideas, the ones I had lived out in my corner. Something had suddenly caught fire in me. Some kind of goal had appeared. Do not judge by the fact that I am here. I am no example to you. Perhaps I am even worse than you are. I came in here drunk, though. I hurried to justify myself all the same. Besides, a man is no example at all for a woman. It is a different matter. Even though I dirty and stain myself, I am nobody's slave. I came, and I have gone, and I am not here. I shake it off, and I am another man again. But take the fact that from the very beginning you are a slave.
Yes, a slave!
You give everything away, your whole will. And later you will want to break these chains. And you will not be able to. They will wind round you tighter and tighter. It is a cursed chain, that one. I know it. I will not even speak of the rest. You would probably not understand. But tell me this. You are surely in debt to your mistress already.
There, you see,
I added, though she did not answer me, but only listened in silence with her whole being.
There is your chain.
You will never buy yourself out. That is how they arrange it. It is like selling your soul to the devil. And besides, I may be just as unhappy as you are. How do you know? And I crawl into the filth on purpose. Out of misery, too. People drink out of grief, do they not? Well, I am here out of grief. Now tell me, what is there good in this? Here we came together, just now, and we did not exchange one word the whole time, and only afterwards you began looking at me like a wild creature, and I at you. Is that how people love? Is that how one human being should come together with another? It is nothing but ugliness.
That is what it is! Yes!
She agreed with me, sharply and hurriedly. The haste of that yes even surprised me. So perhaps the very same thought had been wandering in her head too, when she was examining me just now. So she is already capable of certain thoughts. Devil take it. This is curious. This is kinship, I thought, almost rubbing my hands. How can one not manage a young soul like that? It was the game that carried me away most of all. She turned her head closer. She turned her head closer to me, and it seemed to me in the darkness, propped it on her hand. Perhaps she was examining me. How I regretted that I could not make out her eyes. I heard her deep breathing. Why did you come here? I began, already with a certain authority. No reason.
But how good it would be to live in your father's house!
Warm, free. Your own nest. And what if it were worse than this? I must strike the right tone, flashed through me. Sentimentality will probably not get me far. That was only a flash, though. I swear she really did interest me. Besides, I was somehow slack and in the mood for it. And after all, cunning gets along so easily with feeling.
Who is saying otherwise?
I hurried to answer. Anything can happen. I am sure somebody wronged you, and that they are more to blame before you than you are before them. I know nothing of your story. But a girl like you would surely not end up here of her own free choice. What sort of girl am I? She whispered, barely audibly. But I caught it. Devil take it, I am flattering her. That is vile. Or perhaps it is a good thing. She was silent. You see, Liza, I will speak about myself. If I had had a family in my childhood, I would not be the man I am now. I often think about that. However bad things are in a family, they are still your father and mother, not enemies, not strangers. Even once a year they will show you love. At least you know you are at home. I grew up without a family, and that is surely why I turned out like this. Unfeeling. I waited again. Perhaps she does not understand, I thought. And it is absurd anyway, this moralizing. If I were a father and had a daughter of my own, I think I would love the daughter more than the sons, honestly. I began from another angle, as though talking about something else, to distract her. I confess I was blushing. What for? She asked. So she is listening! Just so. I do not know, Liza. You see, I knew a father once who was a strict, severe man, and yet he used to go down on his knees before his daughter, kiss her hands and feet, and could not look at her enough, honestly. She would be dancing at a party, and he would stand for 5 hours in the same spot, never taking his eyes off her. He was mad about her. I understand that. She would grow tired at night and fall asleep, and he would wake up and go and kiss her in her sleep and make the sign of the cross over her. He himself went about in a greasy old coat, mean with everyone. But for her he would buy things out of his last penny, gave her rich presents, and it was a joy to him if the present pleased her. A father always loves his daughters more than the mother does. It is a merry thing for some girls to live at home. I think I would not even have given my daughter away in marriage. Why not? She asked, with the faintest smile. I would have been jealous, upon my word. How could she kiss another man? Love a stranger more than her father? It is hard even to imagine. Of course it is all nonsense. Of course everyone comes to his senses in the end. But I think that before giving her away, I would have worn myself out with worry alone. I would have found fault with every suitor. And yet I would have ended by giving her to the one she loved herself. Because the one the daughter loves herself always seems the worst of all to the father. That is how it is. A great deal of harm comes to families because of it. Some are glad to sell their daughter rather than give her away honorably, she said suddenly.
Ah! So that is it!
That, Liza, happens in those cursed families where there is neither God nor love. I picked it up warmly. And where there is no love, there is no reason either. There are such families, it is true, but I am not talking about them. You must have seen no kindness in your own family to speak like that. You must really be some unfortunate creature. It mostly comes of poverty, And is it any better among the gentry? Honest people live well even in poverty. Yes, perhaps. And there is this too, Liza. A man only likes to count his sorrows. He does not count his happiness. If he counted it as he should, he would see that there is a share of it laid up for every lot. Well, and what if everything goes well in the family? God blesses it. Your husband turns out to be a good man, loves you, cherishes you, never leaves your side.
But it is good in that family.
Even with sorrow mixed in it is sometimes good. And where is there no sorrow? Perhaps you will marry, and you will find out for yourself. But take only the first period of marriage to a man you love. What happiness!
How much happiness comes sometimes!
And that is quite common. In that first period, even quarrels with a husband end well. Some women, the more they love, the more quarrels they brew up with their husbands. Truly, I knew one such well. She means, I love you very much and I torment you out of love, and you had better feel it. Do you know that one can torment a person on purpose out of love? Women mostly. And to herself she thinks, I shall love him so much afterwards. I shall caress him so, that it is no sin to torment him a little now. And everybody in the house rejoices over the pair of you, and it is good, and merry, and peaceful, and honest. Then, there are jealous ones too. He goes off somewhere, and I knew one such. She cannot bear it, and jumps up in the middle of the night, and runs off quietly to see whether he is there, in that house, with that woman. That is bad. And she knows herself that it is bad, and her heart sinks and torments her. But she loves him. It all comes from love, and how good it is to make it up after a quarrel, to own yourself in the wrong before him,
Or to forgive him.
and it is so good for them both. Everything suddenly becomes so good, as though they had met anew, been married anew, as though their love had begun again. And nobody at all should know what goes on between husband and wife, if they love each other. And whatever quarrel they may have, they should not call in even their own mother to judge between them, nor tell tales about each other. They are their own judges. Love is God's mystery and should be hidden from all other eyes, whatever happens. It is holier that way, and better. They respect each other more, and a great deal is built on respect. And if love has once been there, if they were married for love, why should love pass away? Surely it can be kept up. It is a rare case where it cannot. And if the husband turns out to be a kind and honest man, how can love pass away then? The first married love will pass, that is true. But then a still better love comes. Then they come together in soul. They settle all their affairs in common. There will be no secrets between them. And when the children come, then every time, even the hardest, will seem like happiness. Only love, and have courage. Then even the work is merry. Then you go without bread yourself sometimes for the children's sake, and even that is merry, because they will love you for it afterwards. You are laying it up for yourself. That is what it comes to. The children grow. You feel that you are their example, that you are their support, and that, even when you die, they will carry your feelings and thoughts with them all their lives, since they received them from you, and will take on your image and likeness. That means it is a great duty. How can father and mother not draw closer together over that? People say it is hard to have children. Who says that?
It is a heavenly happiness!
Do you love little children, Liza? I love them terribly. You know, a little pink boy at your breast, and what husband's heart would not turn to his wife, seeing her sitting there with his child? The baby is pink and plump, sprawling and stretching. His little arms and legs are round and full. His little nails are so clean and so small. So small that it is funny to look at them. And his eyes look as though he understood everything already. And as he sucks, he plucks at your breast with his little hand, playing. His father comes up, and he tears himself away from the breast, arches right back, looks up at his father, and laughs, as though it were God knows how funny, and then goes back to sucking again. Or else he takes it into his head to bite his mother's breast, once his little teeth are coming through, and squints up at her out of the corner of his eye. See,
I bit you.
Is that not all of happiness, when the three of them are together, husband, wife, and child? A great deal can be forgiven for those moments. No, Liza. One has to learn how to live oneself first, and only then
blame others.
It is pictures, these pictures, that she needs, I thought to myself, though I was speaking with feeling, upon my word, and I suddenly blushed. And what if she suddenly bursts out laughing? Where shall I crawl to then? That idea drove me into a fury. Towards the end of my speech, I really had grown heated, and now my vanity was somehow suffering. The silence went on. I almost wanted to give her a push. "What are you?" she began suddenly and stopped. But I had already understood everything. Something else was trembling in her voice now, not the sharp, coarse and unyielding note of a little while ago, but something soft and shy, so shy that I suddenly felt somehow ashamed before her myself and guilty. "What?" I asked with tender curiosity. "Well, you." "What?" "You seem to be talking out of a book," she said, and something like mockery seemed suddenly to sound in her voice again. That remark pinched me painfully. It was not what I had expected. I did not understand that she was deliberately masking herself in mockery. That this is the usual last trick of people who are shy and chaste of heart. When somebody climbs coarsely and insistently into their soul, and who will not give in until the last minute out of pride, and are afraid to show their feeling in front of you. I ought to have guessed it from the very timidity with which she approached her mockery, in several attempts, before she finally brought herself to say it. But I did not guess, and a spiteful feeling took hold of me. Just you wait, I thought. Chapter 7. Oh, come now. Liza, what has a book to do with it, when it makes me sick myself just to look on at it? And not only to look on. All of this has woken up in my soul now. Is it really possible, that you do not find it vile here yourself? No, evidently habit counts for a great deal. The devil knows what habit can make of a person. But do you seriously think that you will never grow old, that you will be good-looking forever, and that they will keep you here for all eternity? I will not even speak of the filth of the place. But here is what I will tell you about your present life. You are young now, you are comely, you are good, you have a soul, you have feeling. Well, and do you know that when I came to myself just now, it immediately became vile to me to be here with you. One can only end up here when drunk. But if you were somewhere else, living the way good people live, then I might not merely be running after you. I might simply have fallen in love with you. I would have been glad of a look from you, let alone a word. I would have lain in wait for you at your gate. I would have gone down on my knees before you. I would have looked at you as at my betrothed, and counted it an honor. I would not have dared to think anything unclean about you. But here I know that I have only to whistle, and you must come with me, whether you want to or not. And it is not I who consult your will, but you who consult mine. The lowest peasant, who hires himself out as a laborer, still does not enslave the whole of himself, and he knows that there is a term to it. Where is your term? Only think what you are giving up here. What is it you are pledging? You are pledging your soul over which you have no power,
Along with your body?
You are giving your love
To be defiled by any drunkard. Love!
But that is everything. That is a diamond, a girl's
Treasure! Love is!
To earn that love a man will lay down his soul, go to his death. And what is your love valued at now? You are bought, the whole of you entirely. And why go after love when everything is possible without love? There is no stronger insult for a girl than this. Do you understand? I have heard that they humor you, you fools, that they let you have lovers here. But that is only indulgence, only deceit, only laughter at your expense, and you believe it. Does he really love you, this lover of yours? I do not believe it. How can he love you when he knows that you may be called away from him at any moment? He is a filthy creature after that. Does he respect you even a drop? What have you in common with him? He laughs at you and robs you into the bargain, and that is the whole of his love. It is a good thing if he does not beat you. Perhaps he does beat you. Ask him, if you have such a one, whether he will marry you. He will laugh in your face if he does not spit at you or thrash you first, and yet he himself may not be worth 2 broken farthings. And what, when you think of it, have you ruined your life here for? Because they give you coffee and feed you well. But what are they feeding you for? Another girl, an honest one, could not get such a mouthful down her throat, because she would know what she was being fed for. You are in debt here, and you will always be in debt. And you will be in debt to the very end, right up to the time when the guests begin to turn from you in disgust. And that will come soon. Do not count on your youth. Here it all flies past at the speed of the post. You will be thrown out. And not simply thrown out. Long before that they will start finding fault with you, start reproaching you, start abusing you, as though you had not given her your health, and ruined your youth and your soul for her for nothing, but as though you had ruined her, beggared her, robbed her. And do not expect any support. Your friends here will attack you too, in order to curry favor with her. Because everybody here is in slavery and lost their conscience and their pity long ago. They have grown base, and there is nothing on earth viler, baser or more insulting than that abuse. And you will lay down everything here, everything, without hope of return your health, your youth, your beauty and your hopes. And at 22, you will look like a woman of 35, and it will be as well if you are not ill. Thank God for that. No doubt you think now that you have no work to do, that it is all merriment. But there is not, and never has been, harder or more convict like work in this world. The heart alone, one would think, would run itself out in tears. And you will not dare to say a word, not half a word, when they drive you out of here. You will go as though you were the guilty one. You will move to another place, then to a third, then somewhere else, and finally you will end up on the Haymarket. And there they will start beating you as a matter of course. That is the local courtesy there. There a guest does not know how to caress you without hitting you first. You do not believe it is so revolting there. Go and look some time. Perhaps you will see it with your own eyes. I saw a woman there once, on New Year's Day, by a door. They had thrown her out as a joke, her own people had, to let her freeze a little, because she was howling too much, and they shut the door behind her. At 9 in the morning, she was already completely drunk, disheveled, half naked, beaten all over. Her face was powdered white, and her eyes were black and blue. Blood was running from her nose and her teeth. Some cabman had just finished with her. She had sat down on the stone steps with some sort of salted fish in her hands. She was howling and wailing something about her lot and beating the fish against the steps. And by the porch a crowd of cabmen and drunken soldiers had gathered and were baiting her. You do not believe you will be the same. I would not want to believe it either. But how do you know? Perhaps 10 or 8 years ago, that very same woman with the salted fish came here from somewhere as fresh as a cherub, innocent and pure. She knew nothing of evil. She blushed at every word. Perhaps she was just like you, proud, easily wounded, unlike the others, looking like a princess. And knowing herself that whole happiness awaited the man who came to love her and whom she came to love. Do you see how it ended? And what if, at that very minute, when she was beating that fish against the dirty steps, drunk and disheveled, what if at that minute she remembered all her earlier, pure years in her father's house? When she still went to school, and the neighbor's son used to lie in wait for her on the road and assure her that he would love her all his life, that he would lay his whole fate at her feet. When the two of them agreed to love each other forever and be married as soon as they were grown up. No, Liza, it will be happiness, happiness for you, if you die quickly of consumption somewhere in a corner, in a cellar, like that woman today. To hospital, you say. Very well, they will take you, but what if the mistress still has some use for you? Consumption is that kind of illness. It is not a fever. With it a person goes on hoping to the last minute and saying that he is well. He comforts himself. And it is to the mistress's advantage. Do not worry. It is so. It means you have sold your soul, and on top of that you owe money, which means you dare not make a squeak. And when you are dying, everyone will abandon you. Everyone will turn away, because what is there to be got out of you then? They will even reproach you for taking up space for nothing, for not dying quickly enough. You will beg for a drink, and it will be handed to you with abuse. When are you going to croak? You wretch, you keep us awake with your groaning. The guests are disgusted. That is true. I overheard such words myself. They will shove you, in your death agony, into the fallest corner of the cellar, in the dark and the damp. And what will you think over as you lie there alone? You will die, and they will lay you out hurriedly, with a stranger's hands, grumbling and impatient. Nobody will bless you, nobody will sigh over you. They will only want to get you off their hands as quickly as they can. They will buy a box, carry you out as they carried out that poor woman today, and go off to the tavern to drink to your memory. In the grave there will be slush, muck, wet snow. Why should they stand on ceremony for you? Lower her away, Vanya. There goes her lot, upside down even here. That is just like her. Shorten the ropes, you rascal. It will do as it is. What do you mean, it will do? Look, she is lying on her side. Was she a human being too, or was she not? Well, never mind, fill it in. And they will not want to quarrel over you for long. They will shovel the wet blue clay over you quickly and go off to the tavern. And there is the end of your memory on earth. Others have children who come to their graves, fathers, husbands. But for you there will be no tear, no sigh, no remembrance. And nobody in the whole world will ever come to you. Your name will vanish from the face of the earth, as though you had never existed at all, and had never been born. Mud and marsh knock away at your coffin lid at night. When the dead rise, let me out. Good people,
To live in the light.
I lived, and I never saw life. My life was used as a floor rag. They drank it away in the tavern on the Haymarket. Let me out. Good people.
To live in the world once more!
I had worked myself up into such a pitch that a spasm was beginning in my own throat. And suddenly, I stopped, raised myself in alarm, and, bending my head timidly, began to listen with a beating heart. There was something to be disturbed about. For some time, I had sensed that I had turned her whole soul over and broken her heart, and the more certain I became of it, the more I wanted to reach my goal as quickly and as forcefully as possible. The game had carried me away. And yet it was not only the game. I knew I was speaking stiffly, artificially, even bookishly. In a word, I could not do it any other way than as if out of a book. But that did not disturb me. I knew, I sensed, that I would be understood, and that this very bookishness might help the business along still further. But now, having achieved my effect, I suddenly took fright. No, never had I witnessed such despair! She was lying face down, her face pressed hard into the pillow, gripping it with both arms. Her breast was being torn apart. Her whole young body was shuddering as though in convulsions. The sobs pent up in her chest were pressing at her, tearing her, and suddenly they broke out in wails and cries. Then she pressed still harder into the pillow. She did not want anybody here, not one living soul, to know of her torment and her tears. She bit the pillow. She bit her own hand until it bled. I saw it afterwards, or, clutching her loosened braids with her fingers, she would go rigid with the effort, holding her breath and clenching her teeth. I began to say something to her, to ask her to calm herself, but I felt that I did not dare, and suddenly, all in a kind of shivering fit myself, almost in horror, I began groping about, gathering my things together anyhow to leave. It was dark. However hard I tried, I could not finish quickly. Suddenly I felt a box of matches and a candlestick with a whole, unused candle in it. As soon as the light lit up the room, Liza suddenly jumped up, sat there, and with a kind of twisted face and a half-mad smile, looked at me almost senselessly. I sat down beside her and took her hands. She came to herself, threw herself towards me, was about to put her arms round me, but did not dare, and quietly bowed her head before me. "Eliza, my dear, I was wrong. Forgive me," I began, but she squeezed my hands in her fingers with such force that I guessed I was saying the wrong thing, and stopped. "Here is my address, Liza. Come to me." "I will come," she whispered resolutely, still not raising her head. "And now I will go. Goodbye, until we meet." I got up, and she got up too, and suddenly flushed all over, gave a start, snatched up a shawl that was lying on a chair, and threw it over her shoulders, right up to her chin. Having done this, she smiled again in that somehow painful way, blushed, and looked at me strangely. It hurt me. I hurried to get away, to efface myself. "Wait," she said suddenly, when I was already in the passage at the very door, stopping me by taking hold of my overcoat. She put the candle down hastily and ran off. She had evidently remembered something, or wanted to bring me something to show me. As she ran off, she was blushing all over. Her eyes were shining. A smile appeared on her lips. What could it be? I waited in spite of myself. She came back a minute later with a look that seemed to be begging pardon for something. Altogether, it was no longer the same face, the same look as before, sullen, mistrustful, and stubborn. Her look now was pleading, soft, and at the same time trusting, affectionate, timid. That is how children look at those whom they love very much, and from whom they are asking for something. Her eyes were light brown, beautiful eyes, alive, capable of reflecting both love and sullen hatred. Without explaining anything to me, as though I, as some higher being, must know everything without explanations, she held out a piece of paper to me. Her whole face fairly shone, at that moment with the most naïve, almost childlike triumph. I unfolded it. It was a letter to her from some medical student, or somebody of the kind. A very high-flown, florid, but extremely respectful declaration of love. I do not remember the expressions now, but I remember very well that through the elevated style there showed a true feeling that cannot be counterfeited. When I had finished reading, I met her hot, curious, and childishly impatient gaze upon me. She had fastened her eyes on my face and was waiting impatiently. What would I say? In a few words, hurriedly, but somehow joyfully, and as though proudly, she explained to me that she had been at a dance somewhere, at a family house, with some very good people, family people, who know nothing about it yet, nothing at all. Because she was still new here herself, and only, well, and had not at all decided to stay, and would certainly leave as soon as she had paid off her debt. And there was this student there. He danced the whole evening, talked with her, and it turned out that he had known her back in Riga when they were both children. They had played together, only that was very long ago, and he knows her parents, but about this he knows nothing. Nothing. Nothing at all, and suspects nothing! And so the day after the dance, 3 days ago, he sent this letter through the friend she had gone to the party with, and, well, that was all. She lowered her shining eyes, somehow bashfully, when she had finished telling me. Poor thing, she was keeping this student's letter as a treasure, and had run to fetch this one treasure of hers. Not wanting me to leave, without knowing that she too was loved honestly and sincerely, that she too was spoken to with respect. That letter was surely fated to lie in its box without any consequences. But it makes no difference. I am sure she would have kept it all her life as a treasure, as her pride and her justification, and now, at such a moment, she had remembered it herself and brought it out to be naively proud before me, to restore herself in my eyes, so that I too would see, so that I too would praise her. I said nothing, pressed her hand, and went out. I so wanted to get away. I walked the whole way home on foot, although the wet snow was still falling in flakes. I was worn out, crushed, bewildered. But the truth was already flashing out from behind the bewilderment.
A vile truth.
Chapter 8. I did not agree to acknowledge that truth quickly. However, waking the next morning after several hours of deep, leaden sleep, and immediately taking in the whole of the previous day, I was even astonished at my sentimentality with Liza, at all those horrors and pities of the night before. What an attack of womanish nerves!
Pah!
I decided. And why did I force my address on her? What if she comes? Well, let her come. It does not matter. But evidently the main and most important business now was something else. I had to hurry and save my reputation in the eyes of Zverkov and Simonov at all costs. That was the main business. And Liza I completely forgot that morning, being so taken up with it. First of all, I had to repay yesterday's debt to Simonov immediately. I resolved on a desperate measure to borrow a whole 15 rubles from Anton Antonich. As if on purpose, he was in the most excellent frame of mind that morning and handed it over at once, at my first request. I was so delighted by this that as I signed the receipt I informed him, with a kind of swaggering air, carelessly, that yesterday we had a bit of a spree with some friends at the Hotel de Paris. We were seeing off a comrade, I might even say a friend of my childhood, and, you know, he is a great one for carousing, spoiled. Well, of good family, of course. Considerable fortune, a brilliant career, witty, charming, carries on with these ladies, you understand. We drank an extra half dozen, and nothing came of it. It all came out very easily, freely and complacently. Coming home, I immediately wrote to Simonov. To this day I admire the truly gentlemanly, good-natured, open tone of my letter when I remember it. Deftly and nobly, and above all completely without superfluous words, I blamed myself for everything. I excused myself, if I may still be permitted to excuse myself, on the grounds that, being completely unused to wine, I had got drunk on the first glass, which I had supposedly drunk before they arrived, while I was waiting for them at the Hotel de Paris from 5 until 6. I asked pardon chiefly of Simonov, and asked him to pass on my explanations to all the others, especially to Zverkov, whom, as I remember, as if through a dream, I seem to have insulted. I added that I would have gone to see them all myself, but that my head ached, and above all I was ashamed. I was particularly pleased with a certain lightness, almost a carelessness, though a perfectly decent one, which was suddenly reflected in my pen, and which, better than any possible arguments, gave them to understand at once that I looked upon all that nastiness of the night before fairly independently. Not at all, not in the least struck down, as you gentlemen probably think, but on the contrary looking at it, as a calmly self-respecting gentleman ought to look at such things. What is past is no reproach to a fine fellow. There is even a kind of Marquis's playfulness about it, I admired, rereading the note. And it all comes of being a developed and educated man. Others in my place would not have known how to get out of it. And here I am, wriggling free and caressing again. And all because I am an educated and developed man of our time. And indeed, perhaps it all did come of the wine yesterday. Well, no, not of the wine. I drank no vodka at all between 5 and 6 while I was waiting for them. I lied to Simonov. I lied shamelessly, and I am not ashamed even now. But to the devil with it! The main thing is that I got out of it. I put 6 rubles into the letter, sealed it, and persuaded Apollon to take it to Simonov. On learning that there was money in the letter, Apollon became more respectful and agreed to go. Towards evening, I went out for a walk. My head still ached and was spinning from the day before. But the further the evening came on, and the thicker the dusk grew, the more my impressions changed and became confused, and my thoughts with them. Something would not die inside me, in the depths of my heart and my conscience. It did not want to die, and it made itself felt as a burning misery. I pushed my way mostly along the most crowded, commercial streets, along the Meshchanskys, along the Sadovaya, past the Yusupov garden. I had always particularly liked walking along those streets at dusk, precisely when the crowd of every kind of passer-by, of tradesmen and workmen, grows thick there, with faces anxious to the point of spite, dispersing homewards from the day's earnings. It was precisely that penny bustle I liked, that brazen prosaic quality. This time, all that jostling in the street irritated me still more. I could not get control of myself in any way, could not find the ends of the thread. Something kept rising and rising in my soul, painfully, and would not be quieted. I came home completely upset. It was exactly as though some crime lay on my soul. I was constantly tormented by the thought that Liza would come. What was strange was that out of all the memories of the previous day, the memory of her tormented me, somehow particularly, somehow quite separately. By evening, I had already managed to forget everything else completely. I had waved it all away, and I still remained perfectly satisfied with my letter to Simonov. But here I was somehow not satisfied. It was exactly as though I were tormented by Liza alone. What if she comes? I thought incessantly. Well, what of it? Let her come. The bad thing about it is that she will see, for instance, how I live. Yesterday I appeared before her as such a hero, and now... It really is bad that I have let myself go so badly. Sheer beggary in my rooms. And I resolved yesterday to go out to dinner in such clothes! And that oilcloth sofa of mine with the stuffing sticking out of it! And my dressing gown, which will not even close! What tatters? And she will see all of it. And she will see Apollon. That brute will certainly insult her. He will pick on her in order to be rude to me. And I, of course, will as usual turn coward. I will start mincing about in front of her. covering myself with the skirts of my dressing gown, I will start smiling. I will start lying.
Ugh, how nasty! And that is not even the main nastiness!
There is something here that is more important,
More vile, baser! Yes, baser!
and to put on that dishonest.
Lying mask again!
Reaching that thought, I flared up, why dishonest? What is dishonest about it? I spoke sincerely yesterday. I remember that there was real feeling in me too. I wanted precisely to arouse noble feelings in her. If she wept, that is good, it will have a beneficial effect. But still I could not calm myself in any way. All that evening, even when I had come home, even after 9 o'clock, when by my calculations, Liza could not possibly come, she still kept appearing to me. And above all, I kept remembering her in one and the same position. One moment out of the whole of the previous day presented itself, to me particularly vividly, the moment when I lit up the room with a match and saw her pale, twisted face with its martyred look. And what a pitiful, what an unnatural, what a twisted smile she had at that moment. But I did not know then that even 15 years later, I would still be picturing Liza to myself with exactly that pitiful, twisted, unnecessary smile she had at that moment. The next day, I was ready again to consider it all nonsense, overwrought nerves, and above all exaggeration. I was always conscious of that weak string in me, and was sometimes very much afraid of it. I exaggerate everything. That is where I go lame, I repeated to myself hourly. But still Liza may well come. And that was the refrain in which all my reasoning of those days concluded. I was so uneasy that I sometimes flew into a rage.
She will come! She will certainly come!
I exclaimed, running about the room. Not today. Then tomorrow she will come, and
she will find me!
Such is the accursed romanticism of
all these pure hearts!
Oh, the loathsomeness. Oh, the stupidity. Oh, the narrowness of these
false, sentimental souls!
How can one not understand? How, one would think, can one possibly not understand? But here I would stop myself, and in great confusion at that. And how few words were needed? I thought in passing, how little idle was needed, and an affected, bookish, made-up idle at that, to turn a whole human soul round at once in the direction I wanted.
That is virginity for you! That is the freshness of the soil!
Sometimes the thought came to me of going to see her myself, telling her everything, and begging her not to come to me. But at that thought such spite rose up in me, that I think I would have crushed that cursed Liza if she had suddenly happened to be near me. I would have insulted her, spat at her, driven her out, struck her. A day passed, however, and a second, and a third. She did not come, and I began to calm down. I took particular courage and swaggered about after 9 o'clock. And sometimes I even began to dream, and rather sweetly. I save Liza, for instance, precisely by her coming to me, and I talk to her. I develop her, I educate her. I notice at last that she loves me passionately. I pretend not to understand, though I do not know why I pretend. For effect, probably. At last, she throws herself at my feet, all confusion, beautiful, trembling, and sobbing, and says that I am her savior, and that she loves me more than anything in the world. I am astonished, but, Liza, I say, do you really think I have not noticed your love? I saw everything. I guessed it, but I did not dare to lay claim to your heart first, because I had an influence over you, and I was afraid that out of gratitude you would deliberately force yourself to answer my love, that you would call up in yourself by force a feeling that perhaps is not there, and I did not want that, because it is despotism. It is indelicate. Well, in a word, at this point I would run off into some European, George Sand-like, inexpressibly noble subtlety. But now you are mine. You are my creation. You are pure. You are beautiful. You are my beautiful wife. And into my house, boldly and freely.
Come in as its full mistress!
Then we begin to live happily together. We go abroad, and so on, and so on. In a word, I would begin to feel base myself, and I would end by putting out my tongue at myself in mockery. Besides, they will not let her out. The wretch! I thought. They do not let them out for walks very much, it seems, especially in the evening. And for some reason it always seemed to me that she must come in the evening, and precisely at 7 o'clock. But then she said she was not yet entirely. But then she said that she was not yet entirely enslaved there, that she was on special terms. Which means, devil take it, she will come.
She will certainly come.
It was a good thing that Apollon distracted me at that time with his rudeness. He drove me out of the last of my patience. He was my plague, the scourge sent upon me by Providence. We had been sniping at each other constantly for several years on end, and I hated him.
My God, how I hated him!
I do not think I ever hated anyone in my life as I hated him, especially at certain moments. He was an elderly man, dignified, and partly occupied with tailoring. But for some unknown reason he despised me, even beyond all measure, and looked down on me unbearably, though he looked down on everyone. You had only to look at that flaxen, smoothly combed head, at that quiff which he fluffed up on his forehead and greased with vegetable oil, at that solid mouth, always set in the shape of a letter, and you already felt before you a being who had never once doubted himself. He was a pedant in the highest degree, and the most enormous pedant of all those I have met on this earth, and with it a self-esteem befitting perhaps only Alexander of Macedon. He was in love with every one of his buttons, with every one of his fingernails, positively in love, and he looked it. He treated me completely despotically, spoke extremely little to me, and if he happened to glance at me, he looked with a firm, majestically self-assured and constantly mocking look that sometimes drove me into a fury. He performed his duties with the air of doing me the highest favor, though he did almost nothing at all for me, and did not even consider himself obliged to do anything. There could be no doubt that he considered me the very last fool in the whole world, and that if he kept me on it was solely because he could get wages from me every month. He agreed to do nothing at my place for 7 rubles a month. Many sins will be forgiven me on his account. Sometimes my hatred went so far that I was thrown almost into convulsions by his very walk. But what was particularly vile to me was his lisping. His tongue was somewhat longer than it should be, or something of the kind. And so he lisped and hissed constantly, and I think he was terribly proud of it, imagining that it lent him a great deal of dignity. He spoke quietly, in measured tones, with his hands behind his back and his eyes lowered to the ground. He infuriated me particularly when he would start reading the Psalter behind his partition. I endured many battles over that reading. But he was terribly fond of reading in the evenings in a quiet, even voice, chanting exactly as though over the dead. It is curious that he ended up in just that line. He now hires himself out to read the Psalter over the departed, and along with that he exterminates rats and makes shoe blacking. But at the time I could not drive him out, exactly as though he were chemically fused with my existence. Besides, he himself would not have agreed to leave me for anything. I could not live in furnished rooms. My lodging was my private house, my shell, my case, in which I hid from the whole of humanity, and Apollon, the devil knows why, seemed to me to belong to that lodging. And for 7 whole years I could not get rid of him. To hold back his wages, for instance, even for 2 or 3 days, was impossible. He would have started such a business that I would not have known where to hide. But in those days I was so embittered against everyone that I resolved, for some reason and to some end, to punish Apollon and not to pay him his wages for another 2 weeks. I had been meaning to do this for a long time, for 2 years, solely in order to prove to him that he did not dare give himself such airs over me, and that if I wanted to I could always withhold his wages. I decided not to say anything to him about it, and even to keep silent on purpose, in order to pricker his pride and force him to be the first to speak about the wages. Then I would take all 7 rubles out of the drawer and show him that I had them and had put them aside on purpose, but that I did not want to, simply did not want to give him his wages, did not want to, because that was what I wanted, because it was my will as master, because he was disrespectful, because he was a boor. But that if he asked respectfully, I might soften and give it to him. Otherwise he would wait another 2 weeks, wait 3, wait a whole month. But however angry I was, he still won. I did not hold out even 4 days. He began with what he always began with in such cases, because such cases had already occurred, had been tried out, and, I will note, I knew all of it in advance. I knew his base tactics by heart. Namely, he would begin by fixing an extremely stern look on me and not taking it off for several minutes on end, especially when meeting me or seeing me out of the house. If, for instance, I held out and pretended not to notice these looks, he would proceed, still silently, to further tortures. Suddenly, for no reason at all, he would come quietly and smoothly into my room when I was walking about or reading, stop at the door, put one hand behind his back, set one foot out, and fix on me a look that was no longer merely stern, but completely contemptuous. If I suddenly asked him what he wanted, he would not answer anything, but would go on staring at me point blank for a few more seconds. Then, compressing his lips in some particular way, with a significant air, he would slowly turn where he stood and slowly go off to his room. 2 hours later, he would suddenly come out again and appear before me in the same way. Sometimes, in a fury, I would no longer even ask him what he wanted, but would simply lift my head sharply and imperiously and start staring point blank at him in return. So we would look at each other for 2 minutes or so. At last he would turn, slowly and with dignity, and go away for another 2 hours. If even this did not bring me to my senses, and I went on rebelling, he would suddenly begin to sigh as he looked at me, to sigh long and deeply, as though measuring with that one sigh the whole depth of my moral fall. And of course it always ended with him conquering completely. I would rage and shout, but the thing at issue I was still compelled to do. This time the usual maneuvers of the stern looks had barely begun, when I immediately lost my temper and flew at him in a fury. I was already far too irritated as it was. "Stop!" I shouted in a frenzy as he was slowly and silently turning, with one hand behind his back, to go off to his room. "Stop! Come back! Come back! I tell you!" And I must have bellowed so unnaturally that he turned round and even began examining me with a certain surprise. Still, he went on not saying a word, and that was what infuriated me. "How dare you come into my room without asking and look at me like that? Answer me!" But after looking at me calmly for half a minute, he began to turn away again. "Stop!" I roared, running up to him. "Do not move! There!" "Now answer me. What did you come in to look at?" "If you have any orders for me at present, it is my business to carry them out," he answered, again after a silence, lisping quietly and in measured tones. Raising his eyebrows and calmly inclining his head from one shoulder to the other, and all of it with an appalling calm. That is not what I am asking you, you torturer!" I shouted, shaking with spite. "I will tell you myself, you torturer, why you come in here. You see that I am not paying you your wages, and out of pride you do not want to bow and ask for it yourself. And so you come in with your stupid looks to punish me and torment me, and you do not suspect, you torturer, how stupid that is. Stupid, 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 stupid." He was about to turn away in silence again, but I caught hold of him. "Listen," I shouted at him,
Here is the money. Do you see? Here it is!
I took it out of the little table. All 7 rubles. But you will not get it. You will not get it until you come respectfully, with your head bowed, to ask my pardon.
Do you hear? That cannot be!
He answered with a kind of unnatural self-assurance.
It shall be,
I shouted. I give you my word of honor.
it shall be.
And I have nothing to ask your pardon for, he went on, as though not noticing my shouts at all, because you called me a torturer, for which I can always lay a complaint against you at the police station for insult.
Go! Lay your complaint!
I roared.
Go now! This minute! This second!
And you are a torturer all the same!
A torturer! A torturer!
But he only looked at me, then turned and, no longer listening to my calls, walked smoothly off to his own room without looking back. If it were not for Liza,
none of this would have happened!
I decided to myself. Then, after standing there for a minute, with dignity and solemnity, but with my heart beating slowly and heavily, I went to him myself behind his screen. "Apollon," I said quietly and deliberately, but breathlessly. "Go this minute, and without the slightest delay,
and fetch the district police officer!"
In the meantime, he had sat down at his table, put on his spectacles, and taken up something to sew. But on hearing my order, he suddenly snorted with laughter. "Now, this minute,
Go! Go, or you cannot imagine what will happen!
You are truly out of your mind," he remarked, without even raising his head, lisping just as slowly, and going on threading his needle. "And where has it ever been seen that a man should go to the authorities, himself against himself? And as for frightening me, you are wearing yourself out for nothing, because nothing will come of it. Go!" I shrieked, seizing him by the shoulder. I felt that I was about to strike him. But I did not even hear how at that moment the door from the passage quietly and slowly opened, and a figure came in, stopped, and began looking us over in bewilderment. I glanced up, went numb with shame, and rushed into my room. There, seizing my hair with both hands, I leaned my head against the wall and froze in that position. 2 minutes later, I heard Apollon's slow steps. "There is some woman asking for you," he said, looking at me with particular severity. Then he stepped aside and let Liza through. He did not want to go, and was examining us mockingly. "Get out! Get out!" I commanded him, at a loss. At that moment my clock strained, wheezed, and struck 7. Chapter 9. And into my house, boldly and freely.
Come in as its full mistress!
I stood before her crushed, disgraced, revoltingly embarrassed, and I think I was smiling, trying with all my might to wrap the skirts of my shabby, wadded dressing gown around me, exactly as I had pictured to myself not long before, in a low moment. Apollon, after standing over us for a couple of minutes, went away, but that did not make things easier for me. The worst of it was that she too suddenly became embarrassed to a degree I had not expected at all. Looking at me, of course. "Sit down," I said mechanically, and moved a chair up to the table for her, while I sat down on the sofa. She sat down at once, obediently, looking at me with all her eyes, and evidently expecting something from me straight away. It was this naive expectation that drove me into a fury, but I restrained myself. That was the moment to try to notice nothing, as though everything were as usual. And I dimly felt that she would pay me dearly for all of this. "You have found me in a strange position, Liza," I began, stammering, and knowing that this was exactly how one should not begin. "No, no, do not think anything," I cried, seeing that she had suddenly blushed. I am not ashamed of my poverty. On the contrary, I look on my poverty with pride. I am poor, but honorable. One can be poor and honorable, I muttered. But then, "Would you like some tea?" "No," she began. "Wait." I jumped up and ran to Apollon. I had to disappear somewhere. "Apollon," I whispered in a feverish patter, throwing down in front of him the 7 rubles that had been in my fist all this time. "Here are your wages. You see, I am paying them. But in return you must save me. Go at once to the tavern for tea and 10 rusks. If you will not go,
You will make a man wretched.
you do not know what kind of woman this is.
She is everything.
You may be thinking something.
But you do not know what kind of woman she is."
Apollon, who had already sat down to his work and put his spectacles on again, at first squinted silently at the money without leaving off his needle. Then, paying no attention to me whatever and answering me nothing, he went on fussing with the thread. He was still trying to get through the eye. I waited about 3 minutes, standing in front of him with my arms folded la nappole on. My temples were damp with sweat. I was pale myself. I could feel it. But thank God, he must have felt sorry for me when he looked at me. Having finished with his thread, he slowly rose from his seat, slowly pushed back his chair, slowly took off his spectacles, slowly counted the money, and finally, asking me over his shoulder whether he should get a full portion, slowly went out of the room. As I was going back to Liza, it occurred to me on the way, should I not simply run off as I was, in my old dressing gown, wherever my legs would carry me, and let come what may? I sat down again. She looked at me uneasily. For several minutes we said nothing.
"I shall kill him!"
I suddenly cried, banging my fist hard on the table, so that the ink splashed out of the inkwell.
"Ah, what are you saying?"
she cried, starting.
"I shall kill him! Kill him!"
I shrieked, banging on the table, completely beside myself, and completely understanding at the same time how stupid it was to be beside myself like that. You do not know, Liza, what that torturer is to me. He is my torturer. He has gone for rusks now. And suddenly I burst into tears. It was a fit. How ashamed I was between the sobs, but I could no longer hold them back. She was frightened.
"What is the matter with you? What is the matter?"
She kept crying, fussing around me.
"Water? Give me some water over there!"
I muttered in a weak voice, conscious to myself, however, that I could very well have done without the water and without muttering in a weak voice. But I was, as they say, putting it on to save appearances, although the fit was real enough. She gave me water, looking at me as though she were lost. At that moment Apollon brought in the tea. It suddenly seemed to me that this ordinary, prosaic tea was terribly improper and retched after everything that had happened. And I blushed. Liza looked at Apollon almost in fright. He went out without glancing at us. "Liza, do you despise me?" I said, staring at her, trembling with impatience to know what she was thinking. She became embarrassed and did not know how to answer.
Drink your tea,
I said spitefully. I was angry with myself, but of course it was she who had to pay for it. A terrible spite against her suddenly boiled up in my heart. I think I could have killed her. To take revenge on her, I swore inwardly not to say one word to her the whole time. She is the cause of it all, I thought. Our silence had already lasted 5 minutes. The tea stood on the table. We did not touch it. I had come to the point of deliberately not wanting to start drinking, so as to make it harder for her still. And it was awkward for her to begin by herself. Several times she glanced at me in sad bewilderment. I stubbornly kept silent. The chief sufferer was of course myself, because I was fully conscious of the whole loathsome baseness of my spiteful stupidity. And at the same time, I could not restrain myself in any way. "I want to get away from there, altogether," she began, in order to break the silence somehow. But, poor girl, that was precisely the thing she should not have started to talk about at such an already stupid moment, to a man who was already as stupid as I was. My heart even ached with pity at her clumsiness and her unnecessary directness. But something hideous immediately smothered all the pity in me. It even egged me on further. Let the whole world go to ruin. Another 5 minutes passed. "Have I disturbed you?" She began timidly, barely audibly, and started to get up. But the moment I saw that first flash of wounded dignity, I began to shake with spite, and I burst out immediately. "Why did you come to me? Tell me that, please." I began, breathless, and without even keeping to any logical order in my words. I wanted to say everything at once, in one volley. I did not even care where I began. "Why did you come?"
Answer! Answer!
I cried, hardly knowing myself what I was doing. "I will tell you, my girl, why you came. You came because I said pitiful words to you that night. So you went all soft, and you wanted more pitiful words. Well, know this, know that I was laughing at you then, and I am laughing now. Why are you trembling?"
Yes, I was laughing!
I had been insulted before that, at dinner, by the men who arrived before me that night. I came to you meaning to thrash one of them, an officer, but it did not come off. I did not find him. I had to take my injury out on somebody to get my own back. You turned up, and I poured out my spite on you and mocked you. I had been humiliated, so I wanted to humiliate. I had been ground into a rag, so I wanted to show my power. That is what it was. And you thought I had come specially to save you, did you? You thought that? You thought that? I knew that she might get confused and not follow the details. But I knew, too, that she would understand the essence of it perfectly well. And so it happened. She went white as a sheet, tried to say something, her lips twisted painfully. But as though she had been felled with an axe, she dropped onto the chair. And all the time afterwards, she listened to me with her mouth open, her eyes wide, trembling with a terrible fear. The cynicism of my words crushed her. Save you! I went on, jumping up from my chair and running up and down the room in front of her.
Save you from what?
Why, I may be worse than you myself. Why did you not throw it in my face then, when I was reading you my sermons? And what did you come to us for yourself? Why did you not throw it in my face? To read us sermons, is that it? It was power I wanted then. It was the game I wanted. I wanted to get your tears out of you, your humiliation, your hysterics. That is what I wanted then! And I could not bear it myself even then. Because I am trash, I took fright, and the devil knows why I stupidly gave you my address. So afterwards, before I even got home, I was cursing you uphill and down dale for that address. I already hated you, because I had lied to you that night. Because I only want to play with words, to dream in my head, but in practice, do you know what I need? I need you all to go to blazes.
That is what?
I need peace and quiet. Why? To be left undisturbed, I would sell the whole world this minute for a kopeck. Is the world to go to ruin, or am I to go without my tea? I say, let the world go to ruin, so long as I always get my tea. Did you know that or not? Well, I know that I am a scoundrel, a base creature, an egoist, a sluggard. I have been shaking with fear these 3 days that you would come. And do you know what worried me, particularly all these 3 days? That I had presented myself before you as such a hero that night, and now here you would suddenly see me, in this torn old dressing gown, a beggar, a vile creature. I told you just now that I am not ashamed of my poverty. Well, know then that I am ashamed of it more than of anything, more afraid of it than of anything, more than if I had been stealing. Because I am as vain as if the skin had been flayed off me, so that the very air hurts me. Can you really not have guessed, even now, that I will never forgive you for having found me in this old dressing gown, when I was throwing myself at Apollon like a spiteful little dog? The resurrector, the hero of the other night, throwing himself like a mangy, shaggy mongrel at his own servant.
And the servant laughing at him.
And I will never forgive you for those tears just now, which I could not hold back in front of you like a shamed woman. And what I am confessing to you now, I will never forgive you for that either. Yes, you alone must answer for all of it. Because you turned up like that, because I am a scoundrel, because I am the vilest, the most ridiculous, the pettiest, the stupidest, and the most envious of all the worms on this earth, who are no better than me at all, but who, the devil knows why, are never embarrassed. Whereas I shall go on being flicked at by every louse all my life,
And that is my particular trait.
and what is it to me that you understand none of this? And what? Well, what is it to me what becomes of you, whether you perish there or not? Do you understand how I shall hate you now, having said all this to you, for having been here and listened? Why? A man speaks out like this only once in his life, and even then
Only in hysterics!
what more do you want? What are you still standing there in front of me for? After all this, tormenting me, not going away. But at that point a strange thing suddenly happened. I was so used to thinking and imagining everything out of a book, and to picturing everything in the world, as I had already composed it beforehand, in my dreams, that at first I did not even understand this strange thing. What happened was this. Liza, insulted and crushed by me, understood far more than I had imagined. Out of all of it, she understood what a woman always understands first of all. If she loves sincerely, namely, that I was unhappy myself. The frightened and insulted feeling on her face gave way, at first to a grieved astonishment. And when I began to call myself a base creature and a scoundrel, and my tears began to flow, I spoke that whole tirade in tears. Her whole face was convulsed. She was about to get up and stop me. And when I had finished, she paid no attention to my shouting, "Why are you here? Why do you not go away?" But to the fact that it must have been very hard for me myself to bring all of that out. And she was such a downtrodden creature, poor thing. She considered herself infinitely beneath me. How could she be angry? How could she take offense? She suddenly jumped up from the chair in a kind of irrepressible impulse, and, straining towards me with her whole body, but still timid and not daring to move from the spot, she stretched out her hands to me. And then my heart turned over too. Then she suddenly threw herself at me, put her arms round my neck, and burst into tears. I could not hold out either, and I sobbed as I had never sobbed before. They will not let me.
I cannot be good!
I barely got out, then reached the sofa, fell face down on it, and sobbed for a quarter of an hour in real hysterics. She clung to me, put her arms around me, and seemed to go still in that embrace. But all the same, the point was that the hysterics had to pass. And so, and I am writing the loathsome truth here, lying face down on the sofa, hard, with my face buried in my wretched leather cushion, I began little by little, from far off, involuntarily but irresistibly, to feel that it would be awkward for me now to raise my head and look Liza straight in the eyes. What was I ashamed of? I do not know, but I was ashamed. It also came into my agitated head that the roles were now completely reversed, that she was the heroine now, and I was exactly the same humiliated, and crushed creature that she had been before me that night, 4 days ago. And all this came to me while I was still lying face down on the sofa! My God! Can it be that I envied her then? I do not know. To this day, I still cannot decide. And at the time, of course, I could understand it even less than I do now. I cannot live without power and tyranny over somebody. But reasoning explains nothing, and consequently, there is nothing to reason about. I mastered myself, however, and raised my head. One had to raise it some time. And I am convinced to this day that it was precisely because I was ashamed to look at her that another feeling suddenly caught fire and flared up in my heart, a feeling of mastery and possession. My eyes flashed with passion, and I gripped her hands hard. How I hated her, and how I was drawn to her at that moment. One feeling strengthened the other.
It was almost like revenge.
On her face there appeared at first something like bewilderment, something even like fear, but only for an instant. She embraced me rapturously and warmly. Chapter 10. A quarter of an hour later, I was running back and forth about the room in a frenzied impatience, going up to the screen every minute and peeping through the crack at Liza. She was sitting on the floor with her head resting on the bed, and she must have been crying. But she did not go, and that was exactly what irritated me. This time, she already knew everything. I had insulted her finally, but there is no need to tell it. She had guessed that my rush of passion had been precisely revenge, a new humiliation for her, and that to my earlier, almost objectless hatred. There was now added a personal, envious hatred of her. Though I will not maintain that she understood all this distinctly. But she did fully understand that I was a vile man, and above all, that I was incapable of loving her. I know I shall be told that this is improbable. Improbable that anyone could be as spiteful and stupid as I was. People may even add that it was improbable that I should not have come to love her, or at least not have valued that love. Why is it improbable? In the first place, I could no longer love, because for me, I repeat, to love meant to tyrannize, and to be morally superior. All my life I have not even been able to imagine any other kind of love. And I have come so far that I sometimes think now that love consists precisely in the right, voluntarily granted by the loved one, to tyrannize over them. Even in my underground dreams, I never imagined love as anything but a struggle. I always began it with hatred and ended it with moral subjugation. And after that I could not even imagine what to do with the subjugated object. And what is improbable about it, when I had already managed to corrupt myself morally to such a degree, had grown so unused to living life, that a little while before I had taken it into my head to reproach her and shame her for coming to me to listen to pitiful words. And I did not guess myself that she had come not at all to listen to pitiful words, but to love me, because for a woman it is in love that the whole of resurrection lies, all salvation from ruin of any kind, and all rebirth, and it cannot show itself in any other way. I did not, however, hate her so very much when I was running about the room and peeping through the crack behind the screen. It was only unbearably hard for me that she was there. I wanted her to disappear. I wanted peace and quiet. I wanted to be left alone in my underground. Living life, from lack of habit, had crushed me, so that it had even become hard to breathe. But several more minutes passed, and she still did not get up, as though she were in a stupor. I had the shamelessness to knock quietly on the screen to remind her. She suddenly started, sprang up from the spot, and rushed to look for her shawl, her hat, her coat, as though escaping from me somewhere. 2 minutes later, she came slowly out from behind the screen and looked at me heavily. I smiled spitefully, though by force, for the sake of appearances, and I turned away from her look. "Goodbye," she said, making for the door. I suddenly ran up to her, seized her hand, forced it open, put something in, and then closed it again. Then I immediately turned away and leapt off quickly into the other corner, so as at least not to see. I was about to lie this very minute and write that I did it accidentally, not knowing what I was doing, in confusion, out of foolishness. But I do not want to lie, and so I say straight out that I opened her hand and put it there out of spite. It came into my head to do it, while I was running back and forth about the room, and she was sitting behind the screen. But here is what I can say for certain: I committed that cruelty deliberately, but not from the heart, from my bad head. That cruelty was so affected, so much a thing of the head, so deliberately made up, so bookish, that I could not stand it myself for even a minute. First I leapt off into the corner so as not to see, and then, in shame and despair, I rushed after Liza. I opened the door into the passage and stood listening.
"Liza! Liza!"
I called down the stairs, but timidly, in a half voice. There was no answer. I thought I could hear her steps on the lower stairs.
"Liza!"
I called more loudly. No answer. But at that same moment I heard, from below the heavy, screeching sound of the stiff outer glass door, opening onto the street and slamming shut with difficulty. The noise went up the staircase. She had gone. I went back into the room, deep in thought. It was terribly hard for me. I stopped by the table, next to the chair, where she had been sitting, and stared senselessly in front of me. A minute passed, and suddenly I gave a violent start. Right in front of me on the table I saw, in a word, I saw a crumpled blue 5-ruble note, the very one I had closed in her hand a minute before. It was that note. There could not have been another. There was no other in the house. So she had managed to throw it out of her hand onto the table at the moment, when I leapt off into the other corner. Well, I might have expected her to do it, might have expected it. No. I was so much of an egoist. I had so little real respect for people that I could not even have imagined she would do it. I could not bear it. A moment later, I rushed like a madman to dress, threw on whatever I could in my haste, and ran headlong out after her. She had not even had time to go 200 paces when I ran out into the street. It was quiet. The snow was falling thickly and almost straight down, laying a cushion over the pavement and the deserted street. There were no passers-by. No sound could be heard. The street lamps flickered dismally and uselessly. I ran about 200 paces to the crossroads and stopped. Where has she gone? And why am I running after her? Why? To fall down before her, sob with remorse, kiss her feet,
Beg her forgiveness!
I did want that. My whole breast was being torn to pieces, and never, never shall I remember that moment with indifference. But why, I thought, shall I not come to hate her? Perhaps tomorrow, precisely because I kissed her feet today. Shall I give her happiness? Have I not learned my own worth again today? For the 100th time.
Shall I not torment her?
I stood in the snow, peering into the murky gloom, and thought about it. And will it not be better? Will it not be better? I fantasized later at home, drowning the living pain in my heart with fantasies. Will it not be better if she carries the insult away with her now forever? An insult. Why? That is purification. It is the most caustic and painful consciousness there is. Tomorrow I would have dirtied her soul with myself and worn out her heart. But the insult will never die in her now, and however foul the filth that awaits her may be, the insult will raise her up and purify her through hatred, and perhaps through forgiveness too. But then, will any of that make things easier for her? And in fact, I will now put an idle question of my own, which is better, cheap happiness or lofty suffering? Well then, which is better? That is how it appeared to me as I sat at home that evening, barely alive from the pain in my soul. Never before had I endured so much suffering and remorse. But could there have been the slightest doubt, when I ran out of my lodgings, that I would turn back halfway home? I never met Liza again, and I never heard anything of her. I will add to that, for a long time, I remained satisfied with my phrase about the usefulness of insult and hatred, in spite of the fact that I almost fell ill from misery at the time. Even now, after so many years, all of this comes back to me somehow too unpleasantly. A great deal comes back to me unpleasantly now, but should I not end these notes here? It seems to me that I made a mistake in beginning to write them. At any rate, I have been ashamed the whole time I was writing this story. So it is no longer literature, but a corrective punishment. Because to tell long stories, for instance, about how I have missed my life through moral corruption in a corner, through the lack of a proper world around me, other through losing the habit of what is alive, and through vain spite in the underground, upon my word, that is not interesting. A novel needs a hero, and here all the traits of an anti-hero, have been deliberately gathered together. And above all, the whole of it will produce a most unpleasant impression. Because we have all lost the habit of life. We are all lame, every one of us, more or less. We have lost the habit so badly that at times we feel a kind of loathing for real living life, and so we cannot bear to be reminded of it. Why? We have come to the point where we almost regard real living life as labor, almost as a duty, and we all privately agree that it is better out of a book. And what do we fuss about sometimes? What do we clamor for? What do we ask for? We do not know ourselves what for. It would be worse for us if our capricious requests were granted. Well, try. Well, give us, for instance, more independence. Untie the hands of any one of us. Widen our sphere of action. Loosen the guardianship. And I assure you, we shall immediately ask to be taken back under guardianship. I know that you may be angry with me for this, that you will shout and stamp your feet, speak for yourself alone, and about your own miseries in the underground, and do not dare to say all of us. Excuse me, gentlemen, but I am not justifying myself with this all of us. As far as I myself am concerned, I have only carried to an extreme in my life what you have not dared to carry even halfway, and you took your cowardice for good sense, and comforted yourselves with that, deceiving yourselves, so that I may in fact be more alive than you are. Do look more closely. Why, we do not even know where the living lives now, or what it is called. Leave us alone without a book, and we shall immediately get confused and lost. We shall not know what to attach ourselves to, what to hold on to, what to love and what to hate, what to respect and what to despise. We even find it a burden to be men with real bodies and blood of our own. We are ashamed of it. We consider it a disgrace. And we strive to be some sort of impossible general human beings. We are stillborn, and for a long time now, we have not been begotten by living fathers, and we like it more and more. We are acquiring a taste for it. Soon we shall invent a way of being begotten by an idea. But enough. I do not want to write any more from the underground. The notes of this paradoxalist do not end here, however. He could not resist and went on writing. But it seems to us that one may stop here.
That was Notes from Underground by Dostoevsky in a new English translation made for this channel. Thank you for staying with it to the end. I asked you to listen for Liza, and she came to him because she believed what he said. He made her pay for having believed it. Tell me in the comments whether you think he was right about anything at all, or whether the whole argument falls apart the moment she knocks.